Good morning, everyone. Do you mind to stop sharing? We're going to start with other processes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the department. I see the DG is already there for us, and good morning to the leaders of the department and the entities who are among us. Good morning to the support that we have in Parliament. Before we start in earnest with our meeting, I would like for us to please observe a moment of silence for prayer and meditation. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are all welcome to this meeting, the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. I will, without any further ado, ask Lindiwe to please take us through the order of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members. My responsibility is just to flight the agenda of today's meeting for consideration and adoption, Chair. You've already welcomed the committee. Chair, the next process is to confirm members that are in attendance. Chair, I have you, Member Masango as our chairperson. I have Member Munyai. I have Member Abrahams. I have Member Maramayila. I have Member Mchweni.
Sorry, there seems to be a interruption. Somebody is not muted. Thank you. Can you go ahead, Lindiwe?
I have Member Mare, Chair. I have Member Abrahams. I have Member Ramaila. I have Member Mchweni. I have Member Member Mchweni. That's all, Chair. Thus far, I've managed to capture. Chair, in terms of apologies, I have an apology from Member Peters, who indicated that she won't be with us today due to prior commitments. Another apology, Chair, was from the Minister, Minister Tolashe, who is out of the country in Qatar for the Second World Summit for Social Development. So she won't be able with, I think it's from the 4th until the 6th. Chair, I think Reverend Kwabaza is also with us, Chair. He just raised his hand. Chair, we will move afterwards to adopt the agenda, and therefore we'll receive our first presentation from the Western Cape senior citizens on a petition for Parliament to consider their grievances towards SASSA, and then we'll proceed immediately to receive a response from DSD and SASSA to a petition from the concerned senior citizens. Chair, thereafter, Chair, from...
Sorry, Chairperson, Honorable Makhato is available. You didn't talk about my name.
My sincere apologies, Honorable Makhato. We acknowledge your presence and you are welcome. Thanks. Go ahead, Lindiwe.
Chair, and then afterwards we will engage and deliberate on the two presentations from 10:20 to 11:30. Chair will close the session now and proceed to deal with our internal business. And then from 11:20 to 11:30, we will consider and adopt an amended committee program. Chair, thereafter will move to get an update on the referral by the House National Assembly on a resolution on the statutory rape. Chair, and then we'll update on the study tour. Yoli will update the committee, and then thereafter, Chairperson, you have your closing remarks, and the meeting will adjourn probably by 12 o'clock. Chair, this is the agenda for this portfolio committee to adopt, and it's safe to say, Chair, that you are a quorum, and then you can take decision in this meeting. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Lindiwe. I just also want to mention to the portfolio, to the honorable members, that we had asked for a legal advice from the Parliament Legal Services, and we had hoped that when we get the legal advice, we will also have the opportunity for the advocate that prepared it to present it to us. We did try to ensure that we secure the availability of the advocate because we probably will have questions to ask from the legal services, parliamentary legal services. And so I see that the Department of Social Development's hand is up. Is that you, Lindy?
Yes, Chairperson. I wanted just to notify the Chair and the honorable members that we have the Honorable Deputy Minister Hendricks is with us, and he's the one who's leading the team. Yes.
Okay. No. Apologies for that. Honorable Deputy Minister, you are most welcome to this meeting. And as has just been said, you would obviously be leading the department as the engagements go on. I was just finalizing the fact that we have tried to secure the presence of the advocate who gave us the legal advice as we had asked as the portfolio committee, and we will be updated on his availability or not, and we will secure his time soonest, because obviously we do need to receive that presentation of the legal advice that he prepared for us, and then we can go ahead as guided by that engagement. I see that the Honorable Munyai cannot wait to talk to us. Honorable Munyai.
No, maybe I'll talk when the meeting is agenda is formally adopted, because maybe I should do that when the agenda has been adopted. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, would you adopt the agenda?
I would not mind to adopt it, thank you.
Okay.
Move for the adoption of the agenda,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Munyai. Any seconder of the agenda as has been presented to us? I cannot see from where I am because the agenda is on the screen.
Chairperson, Honorable Makhato, I second.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makhato. You can remove the agenda because it has just been adopted. And so before I hand over to the department, to the Honorable Deputy Minister,
recording in progress,
to give us the overview and tell us how the proceedings will go, I would want to hand over to Honorable Munyai.
Chairperson, I would want to say that I was going through to some of the documentation and the basis for this meeting with respect to the stakeholder that has been invited or referred before this portfolio committee, that some of the issues relating to finance belongs to appropriation committee. If you want to speak about money, portfolio committee that we deal with doesn't deal with appropriation. Whether that appropriation it's with respect to social issues or non-social issues. But I'm saying that though it has been referred to this portfolio committee, there are some of the issues that does not belong here. We don't deal with the appropriation. For instance, other issues, it's about the charges or overcharges without the consent of the potential senior citizen. Those issues, for instance, will relate to the bank consent, because the choice of who get his grant from depend on that particular bank. But maybe I'll leave it for deliberation, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Yes, I was just about to say that, Honorable Munyai, that let us allow the presentation to ensue, and hear what the department, how far the department can go to respond to the petition, and then we will offer our understanding of the processes, of the legislative processes of Parliament. But thank you for that. I will now hand over to the Honourable Deputy Minister. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good morning to everyone. Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Director General of Social Development, SASSA CEO, Acting CEO for the NDA, concerned senior citizens and senior officials of the DSD portfolio joining us on the virtual platform. Good morning and thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable members, for the opportunity to brief the committee in response to a petition by concerned senior citizens on the call to increase the value of older persons grant. At the outset, I would like to tender the apology of Minister Sisisi Tolasi, who has been delegated by President Cyril Ramaphosa to represent South Africa at the Second World Summit for Social Development, currently underway in Doha, in the state of Qatar. We appreciate the opportunity to respond to a petition submitted to Parliament by concerned senior citizens calling for the increase of the value of the older persons grant. Honourable Chair, we fully understand that petitions to Parliament are an important tool for public involvement and public participation in lawmaking, oversight and other processes. Petitions constitute an important part of our democracy, which is enshrined in Section 56D and 69D of the Constitution. This petition calls for increase in the value of older persons grant, which currently benefits over 4 million eligible older persons across our country. This is a call we do not take for granted because access to Social Security is a basic right guaranteed in Section 27 of our Constitution. Honourable Chair, while the Director General and the CEO of SASSA will make a detailed presentation, it is important that we put things in context. The increase in the proportion of older persons in the population, known as population aging, is one of the most significant social changes of the 21st century and is experienced by almost every country in the world. South Africa is no exception. The 2022 census report estimates that the population of South Africa included more than 5 million aged 60 or older. This represents a whopping 9.2% share of the overall South African population. The rise in the number of older persons has implications for planning, policy formulation, especially regarding the social safety nets that need to be provided for them, given our country's history. Approximately half of older persons live in households without any employed household members. For these households, social grants, which include the older persons grant, play an important role in sustaining vulnerable families. As we speak, 73% of the older persons are beneficiaries of this grant. Research shows that households headed by older persons from metropolitan areas relied more on social grants than those in non-metro areas. It is estimated that about 53% of older persons live in extended households. In addition, households headed by older persons are more likely to live with their grandchildren, as the skip generation households account for at least 12.4% of all households in 2021. Given the foregoing, our response to petition by concerned senior citizens takes all this background into context. The DSD portfolio remains committed to ensuring a decent standard of living for South Africans against the rising cost of living at every stage of their life, including when they reach old age. Ours is a practical response that takes the reality of our economic situation in consideration. Given the substantial pressures faced by the fiscus, the government of national unity has had to make difficult decisions to bring the public finances back under control. Next week, the Minister of Finance will be tabling the medium-term budget statement to Parliament. However, we must remain realistic because we know the budget pressures this government is facing. 2 days ago, at what people call the secret retreat, I faced the Minister of Finance and his team, and I told him that they need to look closely at the older person's grant, and further that we are aware of the fact of their best endeavors to find savings. And we made the strong point that if they find savings and there is space, they must revisit the amount of the social grant. And the leaders, the political leaders of the government of national unity, they noted these concerns and requested the Minister of Finance, the DG, his team, please, when you finalize the statement, take in consideration that we must definitely do more for older persons. We remain committed to reforming our social security system so that it delivers the safety net that our older persons deserve. It is for the reason that we will continue pushing for the introduction of a basic income support to protect the most vulnerable in our society. They call it BIG. BIG. Adequate government support for senior citizens is vital. Is vital. Honourable Chair, ours is a difficult situation because the decision to increase the value of older persons' grant is not a unilateral decision that the Minister of Social Development can take on her own. I wish we could do that. It is a collective decision by the whole of Cabinet that must take into consideration some of the key issues I have highlighted earlier. It is a collective responsibility of all 400 honourable members of Parliament who actually vote and approve the final, in this case, older persons grant that is issued. So 400 members of Parliament, we can't invite them all to this portfolio committee meeting. They are the people that vote and the democratic process takes place, and that is how the amount of the older person's grant is decided. The call by the senior citizens signals the importance of citizen dialogue on this policy position to be considered by our government. Part of our response will also highlight the few regulatory frameworks that guide this discussion, including the methodology and conditions placed by the National Treasury in determining budget allocation, including the Department Social Assistance Program. The team will then provide sufficient responses to the areas of the petition that we have control over as we continue to do our best to restore the dignity of our senior citizens. Additionally, the presentation will also highlight current interventions to improve its customer experience. Through you, Honourable Chair, allow me to hand over to the Director General and the CEO of SASSA to make a full presentation in response to the petition. I thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. I would like to just tweak the process a bit by asking that according to the approved or adopted agenda, allow for the presentation by the Western Cape senior citizens on a petition for Parliament to consider their grievances towards SASSA. And then the DG will come back with leading the presentation thereafter. May I please recognize now the representatives of the Western Cape senior citizens to please take us through the presentation. You are most welcome, and we appreciate that you sent this petition to us, or you sent it to the speaker and she referred it to us. Please go ahead.
Good morning, honorable members. I don't know if Sister Pat Lee is here. If not, then I will go through the presentation with you. Can we maybe give her a second to respond? If not, then I will continue.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
I'm just saying, honorable members, morning, greetings, salam. Sister Pat was supposed to do the introduction. I don't know if she's available. It seems it's only me. If she don't respond within the next second, then I will go through the presentation and then interact with you, if that is fine.
That is quite okay, sir. We are in your hands as far as how you will do the presentation.
Okay, I think I will just read through the presentation. Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
Member Munyai, hand is up. And also can I advise, if possible, Chair, the presenter to introduce himself on a video so that you can be able to determine who are you engaging with. Same as to members when they pose question, to just share the video and then they can close thereafter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Lindiwe. I took it for granted that once that second had lapsed and then the gentleman presents, they would introduce themselves. But I appreciate that comment. Honorable Munyai?
No, I wanted to get to understand who is the originator of the petition and as to whether the University of the Western Cape is helping those people with presentation. Thank you.
No, Honorable Mnyai, we really need to allow the presentation to start and introductions to happen so that we know the background to the petition and so on and so forth. I wouldn't want us to preempt anything at all because this is just the Western Cape senior citizens. And we must give them the opportunity to give us the background and introduce themselves and so on and so forth. So it is over to you, sir, if you have determined whether the person you wanted to introduce or to open is here, or if you are going to go ahead yourself. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Phyllis. I am actually the one that is presenting. So I am actually just presenting on behalf of Mr. Jeff van Wyk. I am not in any way, well, the University of the Western Cape is not affiliated in any way. So I'm really just presenting on behalf of him. But he is the person that will be speaking. So I hope that clears up any misunderstandings. He just basically asked if he could go ahead, and it seemed that his colleague, Ms. Patley, has not shown up, so he will go ahead now with the presenting of the presentation, if that is all in order.
That is definitely in order. Please go ahead.
Good morning, honorable members. Goeiemorgen, salam. I just want to give you the introduction and purpose as to our meeting this morning. Good morning, honorable chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee. All protocol observed. We thank you for granting us this opportunity to engage constructively with Parliament on matters affecting our senior citizens, on social grant beneficiaries, etc., etc. We represent the community that marched to Parliament on 26 August 2025 and submitted a memorandum of agreements, grievances, and demands. Our purpose today is clear: to seek accountability and solutions to the ongoing hardships faced by seniors, to promote dignity, fairness, and justice for all elderly South Africans. We come with respect and cooperation, not confrontation, but with firm determination to ensure real change and transformation. Then the background and context: the memorandum we submitted on 26 August was driven by growing frustration among senior citizens, and then I can include basically Cape Flats, as far as the Boland, etc. We were about 300 people that attended that day, 26th of August. Our elders, the backbone of our families and communities, face systemic failures that strip them of their dignity. We have come today to bring these realities directly to Parliament. And then just the grievances, the bad treatment of seniors as encountered at SASSA offices, and the hostility faced by security. There's no grievance mechanism to hold staff accountable for misconduct. And then the non-payment of payment delays. And we've encountered with citizens before we drew up the memorandum. And then that is what we concluded with, or came up with. Numerous citizens, seniors report money is not being paid on time or without explanation. These failures lead to hunger, stress, and debt among vulnerable elders. Some have waited months for reinstatement after reviews without clear feedback. And then we look at the unfair and unclear review process. Many beneficiaries are suspended without formal communication. Appeals take months or years. There's no transparent tracking system to check the status of reviews. And then, as laypersons, we came up with this policy proposal. If possible, a 5,000 monthly living wage paid on the first of each month. It should be linked, inflation linked 6%, and I checked the inflation, it is between 3 and 5. But bearing that the cost that we incur over the years or the months to follow, it will eventually be 6%, so that we can afford rent, electricity, food, etc., just to alleviate our position. And then, of course, we also made mention of, if possible, that payments be granted through the banks, because there's numerous challenges that our people are facing via Postbank. And then we also look at training and accountability. We just gave guidance that you can consider. The numerous issues that our people has with the security, being there early morning, even have to sleep Sunday nights, early nights, and it poses a great security and safety risk upon our citizens. And we also look at the transparent review and communication system. Beneficiaries must receive written explanation to reviews or suspension. SMS notification and appeal tracking should be standard. And then we look at the parliamentary oversight and monitoring. And we acknowledge this, that the committee has done some good work over the past 2 years. I checked that. And we want to commend them on the work that is already being done. The oversight visits to payment points at SASSA offices. But we also felt that at least the community representatives should also be granted the opportunity to monitor the process and to report it to Parliament or to the Portfolio Committee. And that is basically what it entails. And then we look at the closing statement. Maybe if possible, if you consider it, that we at least engage within the next 30 days with the present Portfolio Committee in SASSA, CEO, etc., And we also acknowledge your role in the present government finances, and we take note of what the deputy said in terms of the midterm budget and the constraints upon it. And we also want to commend him that they're going to at least look at alleviating the plight of the senior citizens. So we really want to commend him for doing that sterling work. So we're not indifferent to the work that is being done, and we really want to commend the Portfolio Committee on taking our hands and strengthening on our hands. But we also want to at least be granted a fair chance because we have paid our dues, and we trust that we will walk this road together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very short but comprehensive presentation. I will not do the deliberations now, but will go to the presentation by the SASSA and DSD in response. Thank you so much. Sorry, before you start on, I nearly said Honorable DG, and that should be fine. Honorable Munyai, did I see your hand?
No, there was a request that the presenter be seen on the screen as before presentation. That has not happened. Can we see the presenter, please?
Yes, they are on the screen at the moment.
The person that was presenting was not the one on the screen at the moment.
Oh, you are able to tell that. Okay, yeah. May the person or the representative of the Western Cape senior citizens, please, that one that made the presentation, please show themselves on video as was requested. Thank you, sir.
Definitely. I did it on behalf of Petley that were not present. And sorry for that, Sister Petley. Because of time constraints, I had to do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's very clear now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and you are welcome, Ms. Lee. I see you are on the screen now, and my apologies, Honorable Munyai, for my confusion. I thought when I saw someone I don't know, that means they are the ones that presented. But I think that has been cleared. And thank you for the petition, Ms. Lee, which was just presented very, very well just now. I would then hand over to the department. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. The presentation has got many people that are going to be presenting, but I will hand it over to the CEO of SASSA. There are elements that SASSA will do. There are elements that the DSD will do at the end. But let me hand it over to the CEO of SASSA to lead this presentation, especially in view of what has been presented by the older persons in the petition, now in the presentation. Over to you, CEO Maclo of SASSA. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I'm trying to unmute. Honorable Chairperson, am I visible?
Yes, you are very visible. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good morning to yourself and other honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I will then request the Secretariat to upload the presentation Let me also greet the Deputy Minister who is leading the team of DSD. Honorable Chair, can I be assisted with the Secretariat flighting the presentation?
Lindiwe,
I've gave the sharing rights to Brenton. He can be able to share from his side.
okay, all right. Please, Mr. Van Friede.
Brenton, can you share it for me, please? Thank you. Chair, I will try to, we have a provincial executive of SASSA in this meeting as well, also to share light in case there are questions related to services at various regions. I will then switch off the video. I will quickly run through the presentation for the sake of time, not really sharing all of it. Then the colleagues will then come in and provide the responses where it's necessary. Let's go to the next slide. The next slide. I'm going to respond to the questions raised by, or the request raised by the senior citizen chairperson, just to give clarity on some of the issues. Brenton, let's proceed to the next slide. Okay. Let's proceed. Yeah, the purpose is to provide responses to portfolio committee on the reviews and all other issues that were raised. The first one is just to, can you please, yeah, the first one, Chair, is to provide the response on the question, on the concerns that was raised by the stakeholders regarding the social assistance. Importantly, to emphasize that the determination of social grant is really governed by the regulatory framework, the Social Assistance Act, which is aligned to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And of course, it guarantees, which guarantees that the right to social grant, go back to the context, which guarantees that the right to social security and assistance for those unable to support themselves. Go back to the previous slide. And I think it is important to emphasize, Chen.
Sorry, CEO, we are on the context slide. Are you seeing a different one on your side?
I see a different one sitting on the status quo.
No, we are on the context. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I don't know where the, yeah.
Okay,
it's on the context.
Let me continue with the context.
Okay.
All right, so I was just emphasizing, Chair, that if you have read what the Deputy Minister said in a speech, I think it's just to highlight from our end, we're also emphasizing that the social grant amount are set on the basis of the legislative and policy framework, and also considering the financial sustainability, and also which is consultation between the department and National Treasury and other ministers. So the SASSA on its own is not determinant on whatever amount of the social grant that must be paid. And this response is actually aligned to the Constitution and Social Assistance Act, including all other form of regulatory framework. And each section addresses specific issues raised by providing clarity on the legislative mandate, the policy framework, and also administrative measures implemented to ensure fairness, transparency, and fiscal sustainability. And we just thought also, with respect to inadequate pensions amount, the next slide is to provide an overview of how the grant has been growing for over 10 years. if we go to that slide. So it will show you that the older persons grant has actually been growing quite rapidly over the past 10 years. You will see that it's from 1,350,000 in 2014 to 2,000 in 2025. The assumption, of course, there is that the National Treasury and all the relevant parties considered inflations and all other things, including the financial sustainability of this country, that this grant must actually grow. And we are saying from where we are, it is actually the biggest and highest paid compared to all other grants. So that is on the slide of the older person grant to date. The next slide is that, I'm sure, Chair, you are on the slide number 7. My computer is moving very slow. I don't know why. So, but I'll just continue. The concern regarding the adequacy of pension amount is acknowledged. That's what we can say. But like we indicated, that the determination of the grant is governed by those regulatory framework and is based on what I've already indicated, the Treasury and all other ministries coming together. And while proposal for increase of pension funds is noted, immediate changes are not feasible due to the need to comprehensive financial modeling and alignment with the MTF, which the Treasury normally uses. So I think at a particular point, they can shed the light in terms of what type of modeling they are using to ensure that they actually make a determination of which grant that must grow. So then let's go then to the next slide that talks to unfair reduction and reviews. Because the other question was talking about, if the slide can move, the issue of the reduction and the reviews, that the senior citizens are actually, there's a serious concerns that there's unfairness with regards to the reduction on their pension funds. So we just need to indicate that this concern regarding the perceived unfairness is also acknowledged, and importantly, we take that one seriously. But it is important, Chair, to clarify that this is done within the legal and procedural framework that governs the process itself. We normally ensure that there's transparency, fairness, and accountability when we do the reviews. So let me just quickly, on the job process and documentation, let's go to that slide. Just to overemphasize that SASSA operates within strict legal framework established by the Social Assistance Act. I hope the slide is on that process, on that one that talks to job process and documentation. Okay. So I'm just emphasizing that the SASSA operate within strict legal framework, Chairperson. And we just need to educate everyone, the stakeholders, so that they understand that, particularly when you look at Regulations 30, which outlines the procedures for conducting means testing and verification, which continue to make sure that there's eligibility of social grants. So it is important that from time to time, the issue of eligibility is tested and verified, so that the people that get the grants are actually those that are supposed to get the grant. The review process is not arbitrary. It is a legally mandated administrative function, Chair, designed to ensure that only eligible individuals continue to receive the grant, social grant. This is very essential for maintaining the integrity of the social assistance system and ensure that the limited public resources are directed to those who genuinely qualify. So that's why it is important that we must emphasize that to the senior citizens and also the stakeholders. Importantly, there are few documentation that when we review the grants, we normally communicate and the information, which is not limited to what we have provided there. The proof of income, proof of residence, medical assessment, identity document, and etc. Because we know that from time to time, financial circumstances of our people changes, Chairperson, and that has to be all the time has to be reviewed. When I continue on the next slide, we're saying that SASSA officials are prohibited from making subjective and arbitrary decisions. All assessments are based on documentation provided and are subjected for internal controls and audit mechanism to prevent abuse and administrative errors. So no one supposed to make a decision on their own. They are guided by within the regulatory framework and also administrative control measures. The agency adheres to the principle of administrative justice. We thought we should just indicate that as enshrined in Section 33 of the Constitution, which guarantee the right to lawful, reasonable, procedural fairness in administrative action. That's why we also, Chair, we have appeal process in case the grant is not approved and so forth. In cases where beneficiaries fail to respond to review notification and provide the relevant and required documentation, we are legally bound to temporarily suspend the grant. However, this must not be considered as punitive, Chair, but it's a compliance mechanism to prevent that the disbursements of grant should not go to those that are not eligible. It's very important. Beneficiaries, like I said, they are always afforded the opportunity for appeal and require reconsideration. Very important. Then the next slide, it does give you a bit of the regulatory compliance and constitutional alignment, which emphasize that the review and reduction of social grants are conducted in line with the social assistance regulations. We are not permitted to willy-nilly reduce the grant of senior citizens. That has to be done within the scope, frequency of the methodology of the review as provided already. I've already provided the framework because we need to check the continuous eligibility criteria, that it is still consistent across all the beneficiaries. Because you will know, Chair, there are issues of fraud, there are issues of errors that happened in the system. So for us to be able to deal with what we call fraud duplications, the eligibility criteria has to be done consistently. And I'm talking to the next slide. And I hope you are on that, the one that talks about regulatory compliance. And then as we continue, we're saying that SASSA approach to review is also informed by the need to protect the rights of all the beneficiaries, including those who may be unfairly excluded due to administrative errors or outdated information, because there are those that are excluded, Chair, from the grant. And when we do the review, it also affords them the opportunity, for us to review those grants. So we also indicating that, Chair, we are investing in digital systems and data integrity to improve the accuracy and efficiency of eligibility assessment. This helps us to reduce the errors and also enhance the experience, overall client experiences. So in summary, we're saying that all the concern about unfair reductions are acknowledged, though we reiterate that all the reviews and adjustments are really conducted, Chairperson, within the robust regulatory and legal framework, which is not done on the basis of emotions and whatsoever. And we're saying we remain committed as the agency to continue to improve, to be transparent, and to uphold the constitutional rights of all citizens, more especially our senior citizens. When we go to the administrative and service delivery issues, there's a slide, let's proceed. There are issues that were raised, and we're saying the department and SASSA acknowledges the challenges raised by the stakeholders regarding the administrative inefficiency and service delivery shortcomings in some of the local offices where the beneficiaries and older persons are subjected to what has been raised. And we're saying this concern we are taking seriously, and the agency is actively implementing a range of intervention plans to improve client experience, ensure compliance with legal mandate, and ensure enhanced operational efficiency. You will notice, Chair, that we have implemented quite a lot of innovations just to try to improve issues of queue management. If you go to the next slide, you will see that one of the measures that we are putting in place in various offices is what we call self-service digital portals. To address this, mainly we brought it in as an organization to address the persistent issues of long queues and overcrowding at SASSA service point and service offices. And this has been introduced as a digital platform designed to allow beneficiaries to complete also the grant reviews on their own and life certification process remotely without necessarily going to SASSA offices, access personal grant information, update contact, submit supporting documents digitally. Over and above all this, Chairperson, our norms and standards are very clear in terms of how we should manage the queues, especially when we talk about older persons and disability, people with disability, and those that are frail. Our norms and standards are very clear that there is supposed to be what we call express queues in all the local offices where our people go, so that there could be a dignified service that we provide. And also at some point, we have home visit mechanism that we also do. So we will have to look at some of these offices where these matters have been picked up for us to be able to follow them through. But we clear in terms of the norms and standards that we are having as an agency. And then the next slide talks to connectivity infrastructure modernization. We also, Chair, indicating that we have experienced connectivity disruptions and system downtime in many of our offices due to aging infrastructure and the legal system. We know and we want to acknowledge that these issues, yes, indeed, at some point and in some offices impacted negatively in the service delivery, particularly in the underserved areas and also the rural areas. However, I think we have launched what we call comprehensive modernization program, which we presented when we tabled our APP, that we are upgrading our ICT software systems across the country, enhancing network connectivity, integration database system for real-time verification and fraud detection. So there's quite a lot of investment we've already put forward, Chair, when we look at the issues of improving the modernization. And this program will be implemented in phases to minimize service disruption. The initiatives align to the PFMA, which mandate that the efficient and effective utilization of resources is supposed to be adhered to. There were issues, Chair, with regards to payment that were raised, especially ending post-bank use, different banks on the side of the beneficiary. So we are saying that I think one honorable member did mention that the issue of where you receive payment, it's still the right of the beneficiary to choose where they need to get their payment. We need to indicate that, yes, frequent changes to SASSA payment cards have been a source of confusion and at some point inconvenience for beneficiaries. But these changes stem from operational challenges within Postbank, in as far as Postbank is concerned. Due to persistent service delivery challenges and non-compliance of contractual obligation, I think we did indicate and reported to the portfolio committee that we did not want to be attached and be held accountable for the services of Postbank, because where we are, we've actually treated Postbank like all other banks. So it still become the rights of the beneficiaries to choose. Hence, we even had to issue a termination. We did come before the committee and then we briefed the committee on the termination that we have done with Postbank because of range of issues that we have actually, and operational challenges that we have actually reported. So on the next slide, which there was an issue of allegations of unpaid funds by Postbank. We note the reports alleging that Postbank owes funds to certain beneficiaries. However, that we indicating that due to the absence of specific case, we will not be able to conduct a thorough investigation. But I think we are glad to facilitate on behalf of Postbank. We can check, we can follow up those cases, Chairperson, when they are sent through to us for us to be able to investigate that. And we know that Postbank, many clients, they remain the Postbank clients. They can lodge complaints directly with the Postbank, or they can do it through SASSA, and then we can then assist them and facilitate that process from our end. But we just want to indicate that we've spoken to our department to intensify communication so that our beneficiaries remain informed and avoid the ambiguity that has always been with regards to this point of Postbank cards. Now, the next slide, Chair, it talks to issues of staff attitude and staff conduct and also client experiences that there's been concern about staff conduct, including unprofessional behaviors. And we're saying we take this thing very serious, Chair, and we must just indicate that from our end, we implemented several measures to improve the client experience. I hope we are on that slide now that talks about staff conduct. And some of these measures include, Chair, we are training our people, capacity building program that we have just developed. You will see that in the next 2 months that we just reconceptualized a very huge customer care training program for our frontline officials, because these are the matters that we are taking very serious, and we just elevated them, especially on the issues of Batubeli. And also the issue of self-service options to reduce the pressure on staff and allow more focus. We are also looking at that. We're exploring innovations around client satisfaction surveys that will actually assist us to make a determination of what type of service we're offering to the client. And the DSD as well on the side has implemented the capacity training sessions and oversight to assist SASSA also in terms of monitoring the compliance and the implementation of the social assistance legislation. The DG has we have spoken about, emphasizing and strengthening an entity oversight that will also assist when the portfolio committee does its own oversight. The department also does its own oversight on the SASSA work. So those are various intervention, Chair, that we are putting in place to ensure that we foster culture of accountability and empathy, so that the issues of dignity to our people and respect are non-negotiable. Now, the next slide was sort of talking to the responses to the petition. I'm sure that DG, this is where you wanted the team to go through it, but I'm happy to run through it. Then I can then be assisted when we address questions. It's just the issue of because they are intertwined, they also have issues of reviews as well. So we are saying the department and SASSA does understand and acknowledge the issues raised, but just to indicate that the immediate reinstatement of reduced pensions, I've already spoken about the matter, that it is important to clarify that any adjustment on social grant, including the reduction and reinstatement, is conducted in line with the regulatory framework, the social assistance. And then the bullet 3 there, we emphasize in the Regulation 30 that outlines the procedure for conducting means testing and eligibility reviews. So if you see the reduction of the pension, it is because of we are implementing those set of regulations. We will have done a means test, and the means test chairperson will have actually informed you that it is important that the grants has to be reduced because now the affordability has actually improved as compared to where it was at the time of an application. And we're saying the means test threshold, Chair, it's gazetted, reviewed and gazetted in consultation with Minister of Finance, which the department alone cannot make any determination. And then in the next slide, we still, I think, acknowledging the petition that is submitted, and I think we're overemphasizing. I don't want to repeat that, but we're overemphasizing the regulatory framework, social assistance, etc. And then cancel future reviews for senior citizens. So there was a point that says there's a demand to cancel future reviews. So it is understood in the context of the challenges faced by vulnerable. But however, as we indicated that periodic reviews are a legal requirement under social assistance. So you can't just cancel the future reviews. It is not possible because you ought to follow the law. You ought to implement the regulations. So that is said, I think we are really sensitive indeed to the unique needs of the older persons. I think that's the statement we are putting there. And we're taking steps to minimize the burden of reviews. Hence, you will see, Chair, from September to December, we have prioritized the reviews of the child support grants, thereby deferring the routine reviews for older person and persons with disability during the period, because we wanted to socialize and prepare the older person that as much as we are doing the review for the children, we are not cancelling the senior citizens. We are just deferring because of the capacity, and so that, and also to build more information and orientation around it. And the next slide will say SASSA has adopted a risk-based approach, and instead of conducting a blanket reviews, we initiated the review for older persons where specific anomalies and red flags are detected. So where we have issues of fraudulent activity being reported, identity theft, chairperson, that's where we're only doing it. But other than that, we have taken that risk-based approach to say, let's allow to do a big bulk of the children, and then we'll then come back to the older persons once this has been socialized and the reorientation has actually taken place. So yeah, I think let me go to the next slide. Increased pension amount per month. Chair, I think I've overemphasized that to say the proposal to increase the grant. It is not entirely within the department. The determination of the grant is a policy issue that requires the Department of Finance, with what I've already highlighted, that the proposal cannot be considered by us. It's a policy issue that has to be engaged and socialized. Like the DM has mentioned that when the Minister of Finance tabled the MTF and the budget statement, he will be able to talk to that. And then the next slide is talking about improved SASSA service delivery. I think I did indicate to a certain extent, but just to overemphasize that it remains a top priority for SASSA, Chairperson. That there are a few things that I've already indicated. That there's few innovative and operational efficiency program that we've already put just to reduce the client frustrations, reducing the issues of unethical conduct and behavior. One digital transformation, we're working hard on that. Controlled review notification, I've spoken about that. We are implementing a system that limits the number of review notification. So we will notify those that we know that the department will be able to absorb at a particular time, just to manage the flow of clients. And I've spoken about infrastructure modernization. We have a complete program where we are modernizing our systems and upgrading our ICTs as well, and connectivity. And from time to time, I think on a quarterly basis, we will definitely report to portfolio committee. And then the next slide, we're also saying that we enhanced communication. There's communication plan and strategy that we have tabled, recognizing that we need to also do what we call data verification, and we can keep our client informed on a daily basis where there's a need. Staff training, I spoke about it, and accountability, that we have conceptualized the next training, chair. It will deal with what you call service etiquette and professional conduct. More especially, we've taken the Batupele Principle Service Charter, which we are going to train our frontline officials on. So, and of course, the issues of accessibility, dignity are central, and more especially complying to the norms and standard, especially our older persons and people with disabilities. So the other thing that we are doing, Chair, we are visiting many offices as unannounced as executives to make sure that all this that we are talking about is actually realized. So in conclusion, when we go to the recommendation, we then recommend that the department and SASSA have taken note of the petition, and we acknowledging that our commitment to improve client interaction remain the key, particularly for people, for older persons, and all other things that I've spoken about, Chairperson. And then we are saying the committee must take note of the report. There are various set of issues, policy and legislative proposal that needs to be considered, which are not only SASSA issues. That's what we present to you, Chairperson. Can I end here? Because I think I've sort of tried to summarize the entire presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Matlow, CEO of SASSA, for that presentation. I don't know, I see the DG's video is on. I don't know whether that is a cue that he would want to say something in addition to what the CEO has just presented. Over to you, DG.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson and members. I don't have any additions. I just wanted to say thank you very much, CEO, for the presentation. This is our presentation, both department and SASSA. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. Honourable members, I would now open the floor for members to engage both the presentations, and if members could please show their videos, because when we introduced members, we didn't ask them to show their faces, and it would be appreciated if members can show their faces, and in light of the bandwidth that might not be favorable, they can then hide their faces as they ask their questions, and of course introduce themselves. And then also I would like to ask the representatives of the Western Cape older persons to please judge the questions, because the members will say who they are posing their questions to, the department, SASSA, or the Western Cape a representative of the older citizens. And so after that, then all three will take turns in responding. And of course, then we would come to the end of this particular meeting. I then would take the hands of the members, starting with the Honorable Munyai. Any other hands, please? That would be followed by the Honorable Abrams and the Honorable Mare. And is there any other member? Oh, and the Honorable Bishop and Mare and the Honorable Gobaza. And that would be the end. Honorable Munyai, it's over to you, sir.
Chairperson, I'm trying to raise my hand. I don't know.
Sorry. No problem. I recognize you, Honorable Mahato. In that order, over to you, Honorable Munyai. Honorable Munyai, it's over to you, sir. We've seen your face. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. One thing that one want to raise is the issues relating to the petition that has been further presented here, and so forth and so on. But I must say that as the African National Congress, we honor the contribution of the senior citizen across the length and breadth of this country and to this country, the Republic of South Africa. And again, as the ANC, we further recognize the social grant, all forms of social grants. I repeat, Chair, as the African National Congress, we recognize the social grants, all forms of social grants, including the old age grant, precisely because it's the vital lifeline and the backbone of the elderly or the senior citizen as a whole, across the length and breadth of our country, beyond the 300 elderly who petitioned, who exercised petition through the speakers. And I'm sure, as honorable members, we will further encourage those other provinces beyond the Western Cape, in different form or the other, to write to the speaker to petition this portfolio committee on one issue or the other, not only this based on the old age grant, but on other challenges that they face, because this committee will be so busy on the issue. Is, for instance, Mama Khato in Limpopo goes there to the SASSA offices, and because the elderly, even if they are prioritizing the queue, decide that because of the long queues, I'll petition the parliament or this portfolio committee. I would appeal that the elderly must use the necessary offices within themselves with respect to services. Use the respective offices that are there and senior management to resolve their immediate challenges. But I must also indicate, Chairperson, as I said earlier, that some part of this petition need to be segmented. It does not be, some part of it does not belong here, because only the appropriate appropriation portfolio committee and the National Treasury must and can interrogate the fiscus, reprioritize where necessary, and find sustainable paths to improve the lives of our older citizens. So the point I'm trying to make, they must also petition. They must petition the appropriation committee so far as matters of the finances are concerned. We have noted them, I think, as this portfolio committee. As I spoke earlier, the segregation part of the petition, especially also the youth who was assisting them to present, to accordingly, appropriately follow the right processes and help them on matters that requires the National Treasury and appropriation committee led by former DA leader Musimaima. The Deputy Minister underscored the urgent need for transition, amongst others, to implement more comprehensive basic income support grant. Honorable Deputy Minister, I will hold you accountable on this one. If you don't pursue it, I will exercise my democratic right to introduce the private member bill on basic income support grant as a direct response to structural economic challenges. Because I think the mother of all grants combined could be found in the basic income support or the basic income grant. Chairperson, I think, as I said, 5,000 will be argued with the appropriation. The proposed 5,000 can be argued with appropriations. And I'm sure Minister of Finance, as will issue the budget medium-term statement, it will be appropriate that they engage with the appropriation in this regard. That's some of the issues that I could raise. But Chair, some of the issues are issues that really doesn't require portfolio committee. But now that they've been petitioned, we have an obligation to answer to them. I must say, Chairperson, if you look at the population of the elderly here in the Republic, there runs into millions, you know. And I know the 300 they're trying to champion, but this must also involve a lot of engagement. I mean, when we come to the issues of policy formulation, it must also include thorough public participation if we need to deal with the issues of legislative reform. But I must say that I must also caution the NGO not to be weaponized for political grandstanding or election purposes, because that could be dangerous. And I assume that the petition or the demands of the elderly are very serious, and therefore they require an urgent attention at appropriate finance. Those issues that follows within the issues of the social development. And I think I must welcome the clarity of thought and response from the Department of Social Development through the agency, SASSA. All those answers, they resonate. Firstly, they are consistent with the law and the Constitution of the Republic. Secondly, they give clarity to the issues as requested to respond to the satisfactory of, to my knowledge, to the satisfaction of myself as the honorable member and I'm sure to other majority of the age who are listening. So the portfolio committee, therefore, being the custodian of many grants, SRD grant, disability grant, many grant, number of multiple grant for those that can meet the basic need, can't prioritize other grant over the other, because all these grants are equally important. And I'm sure, I don't want to speak about the fiscal constraint issues, because that will be better attended by the Appropriation Committee and the National Treasury. From my point of view, I'm saying that the response was sensible and helpful. And I must say that from my communities, where I come from in Gauteng, other NGOs are also going to petition this committee through the Speaker, because this committee is better suited and is very active to entertain these critical matters. Thank you for now. I'll come back.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai. I appreciate your comments. And just to say, before I go to you, Honorable Abrams, that the petitions, as you said, Honorable Munyai, go to the Speaker, and the Speaker determines who among the 38 portfolio committees or less portfolio committees must deal with the petition. So I'm just saying, because you have repeated quite a number of times about what must go. But I just don't want to put that burden on the petitioners themselves, because they wrote to the Speaker, the person who is in charge of the entire, Parliament. But I want to appreciate your comments as well. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the petitioners for their presentation, and to the CEO of SASSA from their presentation. Chairperson, my comments and inputs are as follows. I mean, I was the Member of Parliament who, got the phone call on the morning of the march, and was able to go and receive the petition. And one thing that this presentation, or no petition, or no PowerPoint presentation can ever capture, and that is, the pain and suffering in the seniors' eyes and in their voices on that morning when they marched to the gates of Parliament. And, you also have to be there to appreciate that they are in their wheelchairs, and their bodies are frail and aging, yet they chose to get up that morning and march to Parliament on this very important topic. And also, this presentation will never really capture, the desperation, and that they see Parliament, their people's Parliament, as their last hope to actually do something meaningful and to change their situation. With that, I said, I do understand our budgetary concerns in the country, and that our country's debt overshadows absolutely everything. And that is because, for decades, the government kept borrowing, but also there's been rampant corruption. And at the end of the day, it is, decades of corruption and mismanagement of funds. That is why our elders and so many other vulnerable groups are still suffering today, and why it's so difficult to give meaningful increases, because of still, persistent corruption in our systems.
Order. Chairperson.
Honorable Nyai.
The order that I rise on, Chairperson, is that one, there's nowhere in the petition that we're discussing today where there was issues of a decade of corruption or corruption. Nothing from that complete petition. So let's not abuse, let's not being abused for things that have nothing to, that does not arise from petition.
Honorable Munyai, I just would like to explain that you have just presented, and there were a whole lot of things that you said that were not in the presentation, where you talked about your PMB and so on and so forth. So please let us not make this very serious petition discussion into coming to telling everybody what our members, our political parties are doing and acknowledging. All that was not in the petition. So let's just be patient with one another and let us engage on the and I let it happen that's how you feel. If you want to present what your party is doing and has been doing, that is fine. You have the right. You are protected by every single part of the Constitution and immunities and so on and so forth. So let's not listen and do selectively. Please, Honorable Nyai. Please go ahead, Honorable Abrams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, and this is not the first petition. All members made declarations in Parliament on the 21st of October when Mr. Isaacs brought a very similar petition to us. And, I would encourage maybe the authors of this petition to go and view that sitting of Parliament, because what I said in that sitting, in that declaration, is very much still the same today. And that is that if we don't change the economic picture in our country, we will not change our social picture in our country. And, if we think about our youth unemployment rate, if we don't get them working and saving and get them into dignity, we will still have them aging and growing old and petitioning Parliament on the very same issues that we are hearing today if we don't change the picture dramatically. And then, Chairperson, on SASSA's, or maybe first on the DM's comment, I would like to support the DM in his efforts to speak to the Finance Minister and encourage him to maybe get more of his ministers and other DMs to stand with him and, petition the Minister of Finance to look at what can be done to increase the grants. And then to say that the old age grant, has rapidly grown in very, very small increments over the years, I think misses the point of the petition. And the main point of the petition is that the seniors are saying they cannot survive on the old age grant, and how they do it is by some sheer miracle of them skipping meals and skipping medication, but they do it because they are survivors. Chairperson, one thing that came up was that there's no place to complain about, SASSA officials or the treatment or, the department and those kind of things. And I know the Department of Health has something, has an ombudsman to file complaints, yet the Department of Social Development does not have something like that where people can lodge their complaints to independent body. Also, Chairperson, I don't see in the presentation where SASSA, clearly explains, I maybe missed it, the SASSA can correct me, where they clearly explain the regulations that do allow for all social grant beneficiaries to choose the bank of their choice, because they said there was problems with SASSA and they don't want to be, problems with the post bank and they don't want to be the post bank, but I just don't see it in this presentation to, educate beneficiaries on what they can do to choose their own bank accounts. And then also, I've been asking for so long, and I see it's still not done. If you go onto the SASSA e-services portal, and you go into grant information, and specifically now if you go into old age grant information, the booklet that's uploaded there is still the outdated 2023-2024 booklet that has the outdated thresholds and means thresholds for, if you're a single person, married, assets, and so forth. And my appeal is once again to SASSA is to update your websites with the correct information. I mean, we speak about knowing your client. Your client is not someone who's going to go maybe into Google and try and find a gazetted notice where the Minister of Finance has now updated the thresholds annually. What they're going to do is, or very likely going to do, is type in SASSA, come up the SASSA web page and the SASSA e-service portal come up, and that's where they're going to be finding the information. And it's still not updated today. So if we can please update your websites with the correct information on the means test thresholds and the amount. And then, Chairperson, when we speak about, know your client, yes, we even saw it during our oversight, the kiosk that is there, the self-help kiosk. But when asked, why is there's still people sitting in the waiting lounge instead of coming to use the self-help kiosk, what we were told is that the beneficiary still wants to talk to an actual SASSA person. So the self-help kiosk is not by nowhere near going to solve our long queue challenges in the short term. It's because people still want to actually be face to face with a SASSA official. And the other question I have for SASSA is on their communications and their bulk communications. Once again, knowing your client, people change their cell phone numbers almost monthly because they swap in and out the SIMs that will have the free minutes and the free airtime and so forth to use that SIM. So do you factor that into your communication strategy to be using or sending SMSs to all of their contact numbers, knowing that people swap and change all the time? And then also, Chairperson, what we get on presentations about you can submit an appeal, you can, just go to a SASSA office and do that, is still not the lived reality of people on the ground. And I just want to use but one example, and I know as members of parliament, we get so many people complaining to us that they just are their journey with SASSA has been such a painful one. And there's one senior lady emailed me now recently to say that she has been trying to get her social grant, just a yes or no, if she qualifies for a social grant, for the last 18 months. She's been getting the runaround for the last 18 months. And she's been to SASSA offices, she's done it online. Every time they delayed, and then her bank statements expire, so she has to get a new updated bank statement. And for 18 months, she just hasn't been able to get a confirmation of whether or not she can qualify for a social grant. And that is the reality that many are facing, and not really what is given to us in these presentations. And I just want to conclude on these last 2 points. And that is, we can teach and train the officials to be professional and to have etiquette. But unfortunately, you can't train officials to have empathy and compassion when dealing with these individuals. And if the frontline staff do not possess those characteristics, then in my books, they need to reapply for other positions where they do not deal with clients, because these people have gone through so much to actually be in that queue, and then to still be met with, abrasiveness, or somebody who is so numb to the experience because they deal with it on a daily basis. They do not need that. And then just in closing, Chairperson, this would have been a good opportunity for SASSA to maybe in one of their slides just give all the contact details again of what beneficiaries can do, where they need to log their appeals to, where, if they are still waiting for months to receive feedback from the appeals board, where they need to send their correspondence to, once again, the call center details and all of that. It would have been a good opportunity to have that up, because many people are watching this this committee. So I'll leave it there, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you to Ms. Pat Lee and Mr. Van Wyk for their presentation and for petitioning Parliament on this topic.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. You're great.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Patley. She was just saying that not that you must respond. There will be a time when we will be getting responses. Thank you. Let me just ask the Honourable Mare to take over. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to greet the department, the Deputy Minister, and all the honourable members. Chairperson, mine is not so much questions, but I want to just say the things that I feel that can be done, Chairperson. I didn't know this is a separate petition. I thought it's all the same one of Mr. Isaacs. It's basically the same thing. Chairperson, I feel a lot of our old people can be assisted via the municipalities, because a lot of the municipalities are not assisting the people with indigent. They don't even have the indigent program. They call it something else. If we can just have the municipalities to allow people that as soon as they become pensioners to pay less for the water and the services, and then also the rates, and then also for electricity, because I know they do get free electricity, like 50 units. So
Honourable Mare? Hello? You are muted, Honourable Mare. Okay, we will get Honourable Mare later. If I can now just go over to the Honourable Bishop Msweni.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, man. I'm having a problem with my things. But Chairperson, what I want to say is that the municipalities, some of the municipalities is not assisting our old people. If at least you can get free services or a less payment, like 25 Rand for water, like they do in the Western Cape. But a lot of the municipalities are not doing it, Chairperson. So I think we need to have a meeting with COCTA where they need to inform the people as soon as you become a pensioner, old pensioner, they should actually start introducing these services. Just the mere fact that the old people can have a relief also. I know that the old people are struggling, and I know that we want to have, we need to pay them more. 5,000 Rand, 4,500. But at the very moment, if you look at what is happening in courts today, that the manipulation of Rand, that is why food is so expensive and everything is expensive. We need to look into those things as well, Chairperson. And then some of the things of SASSA that we think need to change is that I have also been struggling with a young lady that's been trying to get a 370 for the past, I think, for the 10 months now. And we are still not getting right. This thing, every time they send me the things back, she's not part of the system. So the system of SASSA, even though there's improvement, but we still need to improve some of the things, because some of the people are really struggling, especially those that cannot go online. So, Chairperson, I want to be...
Honourable Mare, sincere apology for interrupting you there. Did you show your face? I didn't see it.
Yes, I did, ma'am. I did, Chairperson.
You did?
But I show it again? Yes, I did.
Yeah, you can.
You were talking to someone there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Chairperson, I feel that there should still be, there can be a little improvement with SASSA, because we do struggle with SASSA. We do go and stand in long queues. And even though the people that left SASSA, there is no one that's been taken back into their positions. People leave, they retire, they resign, and the positions are not being filled. And that is one of the problems, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mare. I don't know how I didn't see your face, but thank you for doing that and your comments. The Honourable Bishop Mtsweni.
Angibonge mphathishlalo ngibingelele ekseni. Asibonge kakhulu mphathishlalo ngimfushane kakhulu nje ekseni. Kwisigungu lesi esilethe isethulo seyikhalo eminyangweni ngendaba yokukhushulelwa imali. Nathi sihlalo simanabo ngendlela indleko zokuphila eziphezulu ngayo ziyacindezela kakhulu. Mphathishlalo mangabe sikhuluma iqiniso siyazi nathi ukuthi u2000 namhlanje uphelele ezandleni kuplastiki owodwa osuke ucishe ungenalutho ngempela. Uma ke sibuka ngalendlela esibuka ngayo ukuthi abantu abadala bathwele indeni engakanani emahlombe abo njengoba isimo sezwe sisibi kakhulu odabini lokuthi abantu abaningi abantu abasha bethu abasebenzi baphinda babe umthwalo emahlombe abo abantu abadala. Kusidalela inkinga ezinkulu kakhulu. Iyona into sihlalo ebeka isindo emahlombe kaSASSA isenze ukuthi isindo sibe sikhulu kakhulu. Ingxenye enkulu yabantu abangasebenzi emndenini yethu. Uma ke emndenini umndeni wonke engekho umuntu ovukayo ekseni ubhekwe nje ukuthi ugogo noma umkhulu uyothola leso sibonelelo uma kuphela inyanga kuphilwe ngaso, lo mxhamulo abawutholayo uba mncane kakhulu. Lapha yana sihlalo kuSASSA siyabonga indlela aphendule ngayo kuzo zonke izinto azishiloyo. Isihlalo noma esivezele ukuthi isikhushulwe kangakanani imali yesibonelelo sabantu abadala kuleminyaka ayibalayo. Kodwa sihlalo uma ikhuphuka ngopondo abayisihlanu noma ngeshumi lopondo akwenza imehluko sihlalo njengoba sisazi ukuthi isinkwa endaweni nje zasemakhaya sihlalo singaphezulu ngempela kweshumi lopondo. Ngaphezulu ngempela uma uphethe nje ishumi lopondo ngeke ubuye naso isinkwa. Uzofuna umuntu ozokugcwalisela ngopondo ababili ukuze uthenge isinkwa. Ngakho ke lokho kwenza ukuthi uma ukukhushulwa ukunezelelwa kwesibonelelo sabantu abadala kwenziwa ngopondo abayisihlanu ufike kungawenzi umehluko sihlalo wami ohloniphekayo. Okugcina sihlalo njengoba evezile ohloniphekileyo omnyango wezempesheni ukuthi inhlelo ezenziwa ezintsha zaba ne-negative impact ikakhulukazi kubantu basemakhaya. Ngiyafisa sihlalo ukuthi ngizwe ukuthi ikhona yini imizamo ayenzayo uSASSA eyogcina ibalekelela kuleyo nto abantu abadala, ngoba ngempela sihlalo uma ungaya eindaweni la esebadudulelwa khona abantu ukuthi bayohola khona uye ngalezi insuku njengoba kuyilamalanga nje becosha impesheni ungafika ukukhala inyembezi. Siyokukhalisa inyembezi siminyaminya oyosifica sabantu abadala nabantu abaphila nokukhubazeka bedudulana kolayini esiminyaminya nongakazi usibone emhlabeni. Kuphinde ke sihlalo kube yilenkinga ukuthi labo bantu abadala kulesi sibonelelo njengoba nathi sithi kungangcono masingathi thuthu kancane sifike kuzo lezi inkulungwane ezisihlanu, ngoba laba abasemakhaya baphinde kufuneka bagibele baqashe imoto. Konke lokho abakucosha-coshile okuyimpuphu bakhokhela konke sihlalo emotweni, bakhokhele ngisho uplastiki abawuphetheyo emotweni abasuke bezohamba ngazo beye emakhaya. Ngifisa ukwazi ke sihlalo ukuthi kuSASSA ikhona inenye into ngaphela izinto ziyaguquguqulwa makubonakala ukuthi zinencindezi kubantu abathile ikakhulukazi uma mphathishlalo kucindezeleka abantu abadala nabantu abaphila nokukhubazeka. Wenze njani uSASSA uyosiguqula mhlambe yini ngelinye ilanga isimo sisondele ekubaboneleleni ekubacabangileni abantu abadala nabantu abaphila nokukhubazeka mabeyilanda le mali endaweni abayilanda ukuze ngithokoze sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Bishop Mtsweni. just for the benefit of some honorable members and the department and the petitioners, what the Honorable Gqobaza Honorable Msweni has just said is to thank the petitioners for the petition, and that the requests and the demands that they have in the petition, she resonates with that, because 2,000 rand is just one plastic bag. And when you consider that older persons carry families due to unemployment that is persisting, and that as a result, SASSA is now overwhelmed by just the sheer numbers of people that are in its queues for grants because of unemployment. And also thanking SASSA for the presentation, and just to say that 20 rand in increase, it won't even buy you bread. You would have a loaf of bread, you would have to be topped up to be able to buy bread with 20 rand. That is now, talking about the increases that the CEO was presented earlier on. And also thanking the DM, and to say that what happened to people actually brought about a whole lot of issues that one cannot even begin to express, where people with older persons, people with disabilities, you find them where they get their monies, just stampeding, and you don't even know what's going on there, because people are there with their disabilities, they are frail, and they are trying to stand in queues and so on and so forth. So if that situation can be taken further to where it needs to be, it would really help with the issues that people are grappling with. And also, she mentioned that the amount that is being asked here in this petition, it would really help, because people have to now get transport, and they have to even pay for the plastic bags that have what they have bought. So by the time that is happening, there is just not enough money at all. Because older persons are struggling. That would be my summary of what the Honorable Bishop Msweni has just said. But I will then go on to the Honorable Reverend Gqobaza. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, honorable members, and also I'd like to greet the presenters today. Chairperson, thank you for the presentation that we've just received, or the petition that we've just received. It is true that we cannot shy away from the budget that is needed as a country to take care of our elderly. And again, we are looking at what makes us get into this space or into this situation. It is important to note that maybe also as MKP, all the grants are important. Looking at the economic challenges that we are facing as a country, and everyone, the unemployment, poverty is at its peak. 28 million people are on the grant system. Almost half of the country is in the grant system. I think that we should really take it and put it into consideration in terms of where do we want to go. But again, let us look at where does this come from you know. And it is important to note that the elderly people that are earning grant today, it's because they didn't work, they didn't have jobs that were properly to take them to their pensions and being able to earn their money. So it is because of unemployment that our people are not. We are as the department, we are paying those beneficiaries of those elderly beneficiaries. But there is a way that when our economy works correctly and the unemployment, the employment, we are able to employ people, then we will reduce the number of pensioners that are on grant system on our department because of that. If we are unable to do that, if we are unable to change the economy the way it's supposed to be, and people begin to work so that they are able to put their pension money and they are able to earn their money when the time is right. So as a country, I think we are failing, and also it is not just maybe also just the government of today. These are the fruits of the apartheid government, ring-fencing everything to the white people and not to the black people. And these people, you'll find that number of them also, they are the one that they work as cleaners, and they don't have pension. They work as securities, they don't have pension. And at this, when this time comes where they have to earn money or their pension, and they don't have nobody to put money away for them. So it is important that again we turn around the economy, but again the remedy for now, the money that we are giving them, it's I don't want to say it's small, but it's not reasonable, you know, due to the economy and due to how expensive the food is today. They mentioned also the issue of the post bank. I think the petitioners are of a certain group because a number of the challenges that they are putting through, there are a number of challenges that are faced by elderly in the rural areas and in townships that are not in their petition, and of which are the burning issues or for the people that are in rural areas and those are in township. I think those who wrote the petition, they have not looked into those spaces. The post bank, I will then also try and say it is important to, as MK, we do believe in the state bank, and we believe that the money that has been given to our pensioners, it goes back to those elites, it goes back to those big companies, it goes back to those banks, the same banks that take all of us, our money. So we do need a state bank, and we can't do away as much as I understand there is that between SASSA and Post Bank, but as MK, we do need a state bank, and we believe in a state bank, and maybe the presenters don't want it. It's okay, and because it's their views. The issue of the staff, I think on that one we do, as government does have framework, policies, training, manuals, and all of that to make sure that the customers are being taken care of. I think it's the issue with the department that they must really take care of that. The issue of the technology, ICT, I think on that one, we are moving very fast. The world is moving very fast through the technology, and it should be that maybe we should have people that will train the elderly when they are in the space, and maybe in those centers, SASSA centers, to be able to fill in those things. But I'm saying that we are moving very fast. Technology is there right now. We're on technology. We are not physical to one another, but the technology is working to have this meeting possible. So with the technology, that will be the space that we should have people that will train the elderly. It is important. It is important as a country to take care of our elderly people. We cannot do away with that. It is important for the country if we want to make sure that we don't have this situation, the situation where we have so many people elderly that are on the grant system. If we turn around the economy, if we make sure that people today they are employed, and we create businesses that will be able to sustain them, then in 20 years, 10 years down the line, we will not have this pressure that we are having from the elderly, from people living with disability, from the youth itself, because everyone is working, so we are able to pay for them, and even the amount that has been proposed, we will be able to pay for them, because it will not be the bulk of them as they are right now. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Kobaza. Before I get to the next honorable member, I just want to recognize the Honorable Ramaila, and also to just try to say, I don't think that and I recognize the apology from the Honorable Tafeni, and also to say what I see going on the chat is not helping this process. I don't think it helps this process at all. And if we can just we either continue with this meeting as members of the public having come to Parliament with the concerns and demands, or we do our politicization of the issues outside of Parliament, because the members of Parliament that are in this portfolio committee come from all the political parties. And I think the reason why that is because we represent everyone in South Africa. So if people, and the Honorable Mnyai said earlier on that other people from other provinces must also come through with their petitions to present their concerns and whatever it is that they are facing in their spaces. And I don't know that we can now go into a political discussion and so on and so forth, because we're dealing with older persons from every walk of life. And in this case, it is the Western Cape senior citizens. And those are not the Western Cape political party of any sort, just the people who are older persons in the Western Cape. And I would really urge that we treat this as such, because this thing of taking it into political parties, I know that the campaign for local government elections are on, but I would really ask that we don't politicize Parliament meetings, because I have a political party, but I wouldn't dare try now and push my political party's a position on issues that are being discussed here. And there is the House. The House is there. We can make sure that we strengthen our political messages there. That is my concern, and that is my request, honorable members. And even I see that one of the messages is coming from one of the petitioners. Please, can we just stay away from this and focus on this meeting? And because the department and SASSA have gone into great lengths to prepare this petition, this presentation, and to respond to the petition through the members after the speaker had referred this petition to us. That is my request, honorable members. I would like to now hand over to the Honorable Mahato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for your presentation. I think you are very much right. So I just want to say good morning to the honorable members, greetings to the Deputy Minister, the CEO of SASSA, and then the DM and even the presenters. I think I'm going to be very much short. I just want to thank the presentation and the petition. Based on the recommendation of SASSA and all the explanation, I think as the portfolio committee, we must note the report and send it to the appropriation and also the finance committee. Maybe they can also assist us, but we must not enter into details of the petition. So that is what I want to say from you, to you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mahato. I don't know. Okay, I will now hand over to the Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to colleagues. I didn't capture the names very correctly. I'm very sorry, but those who presented on the petition representing senior citizens for Cape Town, or Western Cape, if we have to put it that way, the DG, the CEO, and staff from DSD. And good morning to everybody. I think we, Chair, agreeing with you, but we also need to also acknowledge that some of the things have got a historical background, which we may be tempted to go into as to what that historical background created the situation that we find ourselves in now. We may want to venture into that, like you are saying. It may not be necessary now to do that, but I hope in future that should be a lesson learned from those of us who are members of this portfolio committee. Because then if you pull up a jab on somebody else, you must expect the responding jab from the other side, so that you can equal and balance this thing. I think we appreciate and note the petition as presented. Just as a word of caution from my part is that in as far as talking about the post bank is concerned, I think from their part has been a bit overreaching, because it has been known everywhere else that the choice lies with the recipient of the grant, which bank you really want to bank with. There are those that are not comfortable with some commercial banks and will not even allow them to come here and say, but no, we are not comfortable with this. This is your choice. The choice that we have is a right to choose the kind of a bank that you want to bank with. So that's what I'm saying. I think in as far as that part is concerned, it's an overreach on their part. Unfortunately, maybe they might not have not seen it that manner, but I'm saying it now so that they should know that might even bedevil the petition. Thank you very much, Chair. I think that is what's necessary for me to mention. Now, in as far as the social wage broadly is concerned, we would all know that the country is faced with the challenge of economic growth. Our economy is not growing, and all of us, we know. So if the economy is not growing at the expected level, it means also, in as far as the income that the government is expecting is also not growing. So government will be unable to spend more and more on, for instance, on social grants. And therefore, government is faced with quite a number of options to look at in as far as opportunity costs are concerned, amongst the competing needs of the people of South Africa. And included among the competing needs of the people of South Africa will be like our senior citizens, the old pension grant. And similarly with other vulnerable people of South Africa also are receiving these grants. So government will have to look at these competing needs and try to come to a decision where some will be prioritized against the others and so on, which is what really needs to be expected. But now, in as far as adequacy and economic impact is concerned, the question will be what actuarial assessments and poverty line comparisons informed the current allocation of 2,310, if I'm not wrong, on all pension grants amount, and how does this compare to the dignified living standards required under Section 27 of the Constitution? It may be a necessary benchmark exercise that we need to do. But further that, how does South Africa, in as far as this old age pension fund is concerned, compare internationally with similar developing countries like South Africa? Have we made that benchmark? Have we compared so that as you make this presentation, we must be able, as a country, South Africa, compare ourselves to other developing countries, and how are we faring as a country, so that we can be informed in terms of whatever proposals we really want to make. But also, what proportion of the old age pension grant recipients live below the poverty line, even with grant assistance, and what supplementary support mechanism exists to address this gap. And I think when Honorable Murray, who got card, I think was almost coming back to this point, we might be looking at the direct financial benefit that all our senior citizens are receiving. But there are other supplementary incentives that they receive. What is the total value of that, given the supplementary incentives that they're creating, in as far as electricity is concerned, all other rebates that they may be getting, and look at the total view of it and say, this is what government gives to the senior citizen of the people of the country and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, for those questions and comments. I see that the Honorable Nyai's hand is up. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And I think you are quite right not to use the chart as a political battlefield. I think that message has been taken seriously. And on my part there, it's just that I can't delete it. If I could, I attempted to delete and I couldn't achieve the objective because it will remain in the other, still in the platform. I think I recognize and welcome that message with much gratitude. Chairperson, I think as South Africans in general, we're spoiled for choices in terms of grants. And I was trying to look at country by country in the rest of Africa. Which country received grants as such as Africa? And I was also looking at the world, all the forms of grants that we have. No country in the world gives all these type of grants to this magnitude. I'm saying we're spoiled because we always want more. And we even argue that it must be linked to inflation targeting. But I'm saying as a principle, all the grants that we pay as SASSA pays in the Republic, it is the biggest in the rest of the world. And I think we have acknowledged our commitment of working together with the citizen. To proceed, Mudzulachi na miraḓo ya Parliament na vhadzulapo vhoṱhe vha Afrika Tshipembe, ndi matsheloni. Vhathu vhoṱhe vha Afrika Tshipembe, vhakegulu na vhakalaha, ndifhelo ya masheleni ine vhakegulu na vhakalaha vha Kapa ine vha khou I ṱoḓa a I weli kha riṋe, I wela kha mugaganyagwama wa masheleni vho godongwa. Riri nyambelo dzoṱhe dza muraḓo wa mbuso uno dzi vhuṱhogwa dzoṱhe na u avhelwa masheleni oṱhe nga miraḓo kha vhathu vho fhambananaho na zwone zwi vhuṱhogwa. Zwino a huna granti no fhira ino kana nyambelo no fhira ino, dzoṱhe dzi vhuṱhogwa u ya nga ha riṋe. Vhakegulu na vhakalaha vha ḽino shango kha vha litshe u shumisiwa nga vhorapolitiki u bveledzisa kana u vutshela muvhuso. Vhathu vha Afrika Tshipembe na muraḓo wo faraho nga murangaphanḓa, ndi amba vho minista vho Tolashe na muhulwane wa vhashumi vha muraḓo, vho Phumulani Tshipale vha bvaho fhaḽa kha kusi kwanga kwa Nemkongwe hafhaḽa Themba. Mushumo I shavha zwanḓa, vho finya dzi hembe. Muraḓo u khou shuma u fhirisa miraḓo yoṱhe u thusa vhakegulu na vhakalaha. Riṋe sa dzangano, muraḓo hoyu u khou shuma vhukuma. Vho zwipfa muhulwane wa SASSA vho Themba vho Matlou vha tshi amba uri tshumelo dzoṱhe dzine vha dzi ṋekedza na zwine vha khou ita, vha khou thusa vhakegulu na vhakalaha vha holaho mundende. Kha vha shumise zwiimiswa zwoṱhe zwa SASSA tsini na vhafho na vha dzula hone. Ndi khou livhuwa mudzulatshidulo na vhathu vhoṱhe na Afrika Tshipembe na vhakegulu na vhakalaha vha bvaho po kha Western Cape uri vho ḓisaho heyo khumbelo uri ri gaganye riṋe sa miraḓo ya Parliament. Ndaa.
Honorable Munyai, I see the Honorable Ramaila wants to do the honors to translate completely.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay.
No. I just forgot to say I indeed support the proposal by Honorable Munyai that in as far as the matter of proposal of increment is concerned, that it be taken to the appropriation committee, appropriation bill committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So that is what he was saying just now? Because I heard him saying that all the other all the other, what can I say?
I can explain it in Pedi, and you'll be.
Oh no. No. Then we shut this meeting down completely. But I think the honorable, not the honorable, but DG can help. Not DG. Sorry to pounce on you like that. We didn't bring language services today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. What Honorable Munyai was saying that I think I'll just paraphrase it to say that as a country, we have been doing very well to our own citizens, and we have been working very hard as a department, and that our older persons are receiving the best service that we have, which he further mentioned that the Department of Social Development have been doing a lot to ensure that on a regular basis there are increases to the older persons. And he also further said that all of us as public servants, the way we are dealing with, we need to be proud of ourselves, but also that everywhere in the country there are challenges, but we can, as a country, be able to deal with these challenges appropriately to ensure that we help our own citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DG. I'm so sorry to give you another job. Unfortunately, you will not be paid overtime for this. It is just your service to your country. Honorable Munyai, your hand is up. Is it an old hand, or is it brand spanking new? Honorable Ramaila, I mean.
I didn't pick up that, Chair. You're saying?
Your hand was up.
Oh, sorry. No, it's the legacy one. I'm sorry, Chair.
Legacy, okay. Right. Now we thank you so much, honorable members, for all your questions, your concerns, your comments on this issue. I now am going to Honorable Kabaza.
Honorable Chair,
yes.
Thank you. It's just I can just ask it's a question. Mm-hmm. If ever the guys who did the petition, we can also, if it's possible, if we can do a petition to all these companies that benefited in the apartheid era, because all of them, they made a lot of money, a lot of profits. And we are in this situation because of the laws and policies of the apartheid government. If we can do a petition to say, okay, we need a contribution now because we are in this state because of you. You did this and this and this and this and this in the apartheid era. And now we need money now because all the elderly people right now, they need money. If we can do that together with them, and we give to those big companies that actually benefited in the apartheid era. Thank you.
No, we can't do that. I will have to answer that question. The petitioners came to their parliament. Those companies are not their companies. They are members of, they are citizens of this country, and the Constitution gives them access to this parliament. In fact, it is their parliament. So let's not get to those discussions, honorable members. I petition you for us not to get to that, because I don't know what it is today, because we've dealt with petitions in the past, and I didn't get the sense that is going on now, the petitioners came to Parliament, to the Speaker, because the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa is a people's parliament, and they used the prevailing mechanisms to approach Parliament through a petition. Please, let's not do this. Honorable Kobaza.
Thank you, Chairperson.
All right.
I think you are not answering me correctly.
Oh, so if you know the answer, why are you asking them?
And they need some sort of increase now. And this is the right platform for them.
Yes.
And it's social development. And if you are saying you are going to give them money today or tomorrow or next month, then it's fine. But I'm saying that as a country, we are in trouble because of the apartheid era, because of the laws and government.
I have to stop you there, Honorable.
And now,
Honorable Kobaza, I have to stop you right there. We cannot get into that discussion just because the petitioners.
Oh, sorry.
Please, Honorable Kobaza, we can't do that. We cannot. No, I have to stop you there. I really do. We cannot use a petition by the Western Cape senior citizens to get into discussions of how we got here. They are here today because they believe constitutionally that they must bring their concerns and their petitions to Parliament. We cannot then twist that petition to engaging on how we got here and who's responsible and how they can help you to go to those people. They can't go to those companies. Those companies are not owned by Parliament. Those companies are not companies of people. But Parliament is a parliament of people, of the people of this country. That is the process that has been followed so far. And if we have other things that we think must be done, let's do it that way. Please, colleagues, I don't know what is happening today. I really am so confused right now, where just a direct petition referred by the Speaker of Parliament is turned into a discussion that I cannot understand at all. Please, we are now going to go to the responses. We will start with the department and SASSA, and then the petitioners are going to close the meeting on the basis of their petition. Over to you, DG.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson and honorable members, for the questions. And I think some of the questions I will ask the.
Mr. William.
Sorry, DG. There is Magosha Mailula. Please just keep your gadget or device muted, because it keeps letting us hear what you are saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was saying, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, thanks for the bringing the petitioners here, opening some of the things that I think we should be considerate. We appreciate everything. As a department, when we come to this, that's why we respond and we come, we listen, and we provide what we can. If it's guidance, we take guidance to improve our services and also to ensure that we move to the next level. We appreciate all and that has been, and I think we might have shed the light in terms of what we're having. There are specific questions that have been asked. I will ask the CEO of SASSA to lead that, and then we will then cement and ask the DM to cement the responses. Over to you, CEO of SASSA and the team.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Chairperson, thanks again for your questions and the members. Honorable Chair, let me start with the question raised by Honorable Alexandra. Chair, we took it for granted that we have presented to this committee a number of times, especially with the issue of in the presentation, there is no mention of which regulations that beneficiaries should choose. Hence I'm saying, because the committee, I think we have dealt with quite a number of presentation, and then we did indicate that regulations 23 does indicate that beneficiaries have a choice of their own bank account that they can choose. We were just, I think, responding to the petition just to indicate that when coming to Post Bank, we can't be directing the beneficiaries to say they must only use the banks, not Post Bank. So for us, I think we thought it would be sufficient to do that. But we are glad to. Magosha, please mute.
Makosha Mailula, please, or leave the platform because it looks like you have other interactions on the side. Thanks. Over to you, Honorable. CEO.
I like to be honorable, Chair. Yes, I think I was just indicating, but I was saying that we can always provide and update the report, but I was saying we had indicated, I think, in the few previous presentation on the regulation that guides the beneficiaries for their own choice with regards to the payment, where payment of grant has to be paid into. And again, we do take note of the issue of outdated information on the website. It's not the first time that the honorable member raised this, and I did raise it with the team on the regular update of the website. And I'll say Paseka will come here now after my response, just to give an update on the progress they've started on updating the information on the website. It's really not in order indeed, Chair. We will have to fix that, but I think he will come and respond on the program they've started to put the latest information that the Honorable Alexander has raised. And then on the matter of the use of self-kiosk not being at some point useful and not resolving the queues, we have a contrary view, Chair. Because we have seen in other offices that we personally have visited, me as the CEO, it has drastically assisted in reducing the queues. I know that I went to Northwest, I went to Limpopo, I went to Free State, and I did pick up that a number of beneficiaries that couldn't really stand on the face-to-face, they preferred to go on the self-service kiosk, and it was useful. We will not rule out that there will be one office or two, probably in Western Cape, I don't know, but we'll love to know the specific information so that we are helping the cause, Chairperson, to improve in that office, because I believe that we won't throw the baby with the bath. There could be some offices that are not doing well, but I think the statistics now and the experience that we also got on the ground, if you go to all other provinces, the self-service kiosk is working so wonderful. And we also got accolades from some of the community leaders in other offices that we've managed to reduce the queues. But like I'm saying that, I would not say that there's certain offices that are doing well. So there could be, but we're happy to get that information and intervene in those offices. And of course, the issue of beneficiary education in terms of the use of automation and digitization, it's very important. We know that we are really dealing with our traditional community are still conservant, they are not able to use the technology. So we do emphasize, and when we do the community outreach and on our beneficiary education, so we do intensify that communication, that it is really helpful for them not to really rush to the offices and to consider the self-service platform that we're initiating. But I guess it's still a journey, and then we will improve, I think, as time goes on. Same with and I think we take note, Chairperson, on the issue of giving sufficient numbers on contact where people should complain, and I think the department can also come to that, because Honorable Abrams mentioned a question of institution like ombudsman. But I think lately we have been dealing with inquiries coming from public protector on the work of SASSA and how we should intervene in some of the issues. So we have been responding to that so well, but I guess the department can work on a system and a policy as well. We also I think Brenton can also emphasize and impress on the initiative that we've started on receiving customer feedback in all our local offices. We've engaged robustly on a mechanism that we're going to put in place in different local offices where we need to get feedback directly from the client, which we call customer satisfaction survey. But I think the team can impress more on that one. And then I think, Chair, what I was talking about when I wanted regional specific issues, honorable members raised the issue of some beneficiaries not getting grant for over 18 months, and I think Honorable Marais raised an issue of 10 months as well. So we will intervene on those specific issues so that we really intervene and assist with respect to that, so that we investigate what really transpired, because it is not our making that people stay for such long without receiving the grant. We will really follow up on that once I get the specifics. The executives are here. I think they are listening to what the members are saying. And then the other issue that Honorable Abraham spoke about is that sometimes the training doesn't work. We also have a different view, Honorable Chair, that yes, it's not going to be all. You know, training, you have to continue to train people. And our training is so intense, because you look at the customer, the public service, Batupele principle guideline that clearly define and outline various set of elements that you need to train when you deal with customers, including issues of respect, empathy, and all that. And we're thinking that I think we're on the right course. Yes, I'm saying you may have one office, of course, where you will come across that type of bad behavior. It will not necessarily mean the entire SASSA is like that, but we are glad to intervene in those specific areas, because there are people who have taken through consequence management who they were evident of bad attitude, and some of this they come from public protector. We were able to investigate that, and there were remedial action, so that we emphasize, the issue of treating people with respect and empathy. And equally, Chair, we have quite a number of testimonies where members of the community are sending us emails and SMS where our officials are the best, the frontline officials. So hence I'm saying it will not necessarily be overall. It will actually be one office where you will have those kind of situation. But we're glad to, like I'm saying, we're glad to intervene if there's a specific office where there's a staff attitude. But broadly, for me, where I'm sitting, we're receiving some of the positive feedback. Of course, also some of the negative feedback that we have to intervene. But the training, we still feel it is important because we are following what the public service is guiding on the matters of how you deal with the customers. So that's what I thought I must really outline. And I think maybe Brenda will talk about the process of appeal. We do have contacts in our website again in terms of the appeal process, where people should appeal. Brenda and Brenton, I think, can just elaborate more on that one. Chairperson, the last issue from my side, it is the one that Honorable Mzweni raised. I think it is continuing to be a typical issue on how we intervene in the rural areas and undeserving communities, especially on the issue of alternative payment model since the closure of PayPoint. And again, we will continue to raise the fact that government through post office, the intention, remember, like we presented in the committee, was that at least post office, it had the presence in the community. The reason why the agreement was there was post office and post bank to deploy the payment infrastructure. And that's precisely the reason why SASSA had to terminate this contract, because we realized that the contrary happened. Where infrastructure was supposed to be in the community, in fact, the post office outlet were closed. And then our people were suffering. Then SASSA then continue to pay something that is not there. So that's why the debate around the MSA closure is precisely for this reason that Honorable Mzweni is saying, with regards to our people struggling in rural areas as to travel distances for them to get the payment. But we've been in discussion with small business and even in-house in terms of to what extent can we explore the issue of alternative payment solution? And then we know that small business started registering the spaza shop, which we thought, because the payment method that we've done, it is a very interoperable payment, where it's an open loop system where beneficiaries can transact at any given time and at any given point. So for that matter, any spaza shop that exists in a particular community, as long as they've got point of sale device, they can be able to transact. So that's why we're engaging to say that process must actually happen so fast in rural areas so that our people are able to transact in the spaza shop where they reside. And I'm saying this is the process that unfortunately we had thought post office will assist us, which they failed. And that's the reason why you see us having to say, no, let's move away and rather think, what is it that we can do? So, but that matter is really noted, Chairperson. And all other matters, I think the committee has really commented very well that the Department of Finance, I think, will take the lead and guide, because our policy issues and are more related to the fiscal issues as well. Can I then request Paseka to come in quickly and deal the issue of website? And between Brenda and Brenton, just emphasize on issues of appeals. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. We are actually in a process of revamping our website, because we were aware we work closely in collaboration with our IT, and our responsibility is to make sure that the information that is forwarded to our IT is not stale. We acknowledge that there were ad hoc meetings between us and IT, but we have subsequently agreed that we are going to have an agreed situation between us and IT to make sure that we have bi-weekly meetings so that we are able to share our frustrations, if there are any, with the IT, and also we're able to assess from the other side if the information is not stale. There are issues which were raised in terms of the UNO grant, for an example, that the information that is very much important in that particular booklet was old, but the matter was addressed. It's just that in some portal it may continue to pop up. But we can assure the honorable members, Honorable Chair, through you, that we have since agreed that we need to make sure that the new information, as we are going to go out and portray our new look and feel website, we need to make sure that on a daily basis, we make sure that the information that is in our website is not stale, and we need to make sure that we get report. We also give reports to both communication and IT so that we are able to make sure that people do not consume old information in our website. Thanks, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you, Paseka. Come in, Brendan or Brenda.
Good. Okay, DG.
Yeah, no, I wanted to say Brandon come in, and then we ask Brenda to the two questions that she needed to ask. Maybe let's ask Brenda to go in the issues of appeals, how it works, and then also the little bit of a science on the poverty line and the South African grants. Over to you, Brenda.
Thanks very much, DG. Good morning. It's still morning, I think. Good morning, DM, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and all of the members and my colleagues on the platform. The question around, or the comment around poverty lines and how the grants are determined, I think in that regard, it's important to indicate that the older person's grant at more than 2,000 rand is above all of the different poverty lines. The first poverty line is around 795, which is the food poverty line, which is the amount of money that a person needs in 1 month to be able to buy a basket of food. And then the second poverty line adds a few additional things. It's around 1,000 rand. And then there's the top poverty line, the upper bound poverty line is over 1,700 rand. So in regard to that, then it's fair to say that every beneficiary of the old age grant has been lifted out of all of the different poverty lines. Of course, this does not mean to say that the money that they are getting is adequate to live on, because the cost of living is much higher than what those poverty lines are set up to be. So it is acknowledged that even if they get that amount of money, they've been lifted out of the poverty lines, but they still need additional support, hence a reference to other parts of government's social protection package that older persons should be able to access, not only the income that the grant provides, but also they should be able to access water, sanitation, electricity, and other goods of that nature without having to pay the full cost for them. And that's the right that they have as South Africans. And it is important that government finds ways of putting all of those together to ensure that every older person is able to access all of those things to which they have a right. Of course, we acknowledge that part of the reason that there's such poverty among older persons is because the provision of all of those services is not coordinated properly to enable all of them to be able to access them. However, the intent is to make sure that the old age grant is backed up or topped up with all of those other benefits so that they don't pay the full cost of those. So that's in regard to the poverty lines and the issues of the value of the old age grant as it stands currently. And then when it comes to appeals, the process for appeals is as follows. And I'll ask my colleague if she's able to augment what I'm saying, but it might not need augmentation. But in terms of the appeals process, what happens is if someone is denied a grant for whatever reason, SASSA is required to give them the reason why they have not received the grant, and then the older person or whoever is denied a grant has a right to come and appeal to the department. There's a tribunal called the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeals, which is based at the National Department of Social Development, and SASSA should then give the information in the letter that says you are declined. Also say to them you may appeal, and this is the process. But then the appeal must come to the department, and the department is required to, or the tribunal must deal with the appeal or adjudicate it within a period of 3 months. So no appeal should take longer than 90 days for it to be addressed by the department. And if the appeal is successful, then the appellant will receive a notification from the appeal unit to say your appeal has been successful, and the appeals tribunal will then send a letter to SASSA or a notification to SASSA to say this appellant is successful, you must pay them. And that payment must come within a month of the success of the appeal. However, if the appeal is rejected, then the person will also be notified that your appeal has been rejected. And the reason for the rejection will also be given to the appellant. So that is how the process works. So on the departmental website, there's a space that allows the person to then click on the appeals what is the word, icon, and then be able to fill in the appeal in that regard. So that is how the process works in terms of appeals. But I think it might be worthwhile for Ms. Erica to augment if there's any piece of information that I have not given. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, an appeal may take longer if critical documentation that is necessary for the adjudication process by the tribunal is missing or is not submitted.
I'm so sorry. My sincerest apology. I do not know who's speaking. I would like to be able at least to see them, and then they can revert back to to not being seen. But I have no clue at the moment who is speaking.
No, sorry, Chairperson. She just said at the last row. She will come to the front row for the camera.
Yes.
Sorry, Chairperson.
No
yes,
problem.
She is. Yes, you're coming.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Erica van der Merwe. I'm the Director for Legal Case Assessment and Adjudication. An appeal might take a little bit longer sometimes if critical documentation that is needed for the adjudication by the tribunal is not lodged, is not submitted, or is omitted from the appeal and the appeal form. What we do then is we request the information from SASSA. SASSA has then 30 days into which they may submit the documentation to us. If they cannot locate the documentation or is not in possession of such documentation, we may ask them to reconstruct the file. Otherwise, if nothing is at SASSA, we also contact the appellant, him or herself, in order for them to supply us with the documentation. And sometimes after we've received it, we realize it's not exactly what we are looking for still. And then we may ask again and request them to submit it to us. The documentation it may be medical records in the case of disability grants. It may be school reports in the case of CDGs, or it may be a specialist report. And in the case of older persons grant, it may be that some of the documentation pertaining to their financial means are not submitted. Furthermore, we may also, if we see that critical documentation is not enough to make a decision, the regulations stated to us that we may also refer a person for a second medical opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just add one
Brenda.
thing to indicate, though, that in regard to the cases that have been mentioned in the meeting where it's alleged or it's stated that some people have been waiting for a very long time beyond the 90 days for the appeals, we would really appreciate that information be brought to us, because then we can deal with those specific cases because we don't have some, as far as we know, all of our appeals are dealt with around the 90 days, or the few that are being dealt with longer than that are the ones that we are aware of. But if in case there are people who have appealed and the appeals have still not been dealt with for the length of time that is reflected, please can we have them sent through to the department? We'll deal with them ASAP. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think now Branton can offer the other issues that I think the CEO wanted him to respond. Over to you, Branton.
Thanks, DG. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, the representatives of the older persons who brought the petition, Deputy Minister, DGCO and colleagues. I think CEO just asked me to mention or talk about the survey that we intend to do. So in terms of assessing customer feedback post-engagement with SASSA, we already have a survey for our telephone system, for our customer care system, where people call in via the telephone lines, where after they conclude with the phone call, the customer care agent would then encourage them to complete the survey, and we do see quite high responses on those. I think about more than 60% of callers do take that survey and provide us with some feedback in terms of how that engagement went. We are now planning on looking at how we can roll that out to our other service channels as well. Obviously, it's a lot easier to do it on the calls because it's already a digital system. It will be a little bit more complicated when we have to deal with the face-to-face interactions, but we are currently looking at and trying to develop a system where we will then also be able to get customer feedback on the face-to-face engagements as well. Just on the booklet as well, and Paseka did cover it, and the honourable member that raised it is correct. The information on our subsidiary portal is outdated. However, the main SASSA website does have the latest booklet on it. If any members want the latest booklet, they can download it off the main website. But noting that, we accept that, which we should have made sure that the information is across all our websites and our subsidiary websites, and we will sort that out as soon as possible. But again, just as if any members does want the latest booklet, it is on our main website. Thanks.
Honorable Chair, I think from SASSA side, we are done, DG. We can hand back the chair to the chair.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, let's hand over to the chair, or the DM is here for the concluding remarks. Chair?
I would like, thanks, DG. I would like the petitioners to respond or to comment on the deliberations so that the DM can round up, including that on behalf of the department. I would like to ask Mr. Van Wyk and Ms. Lee to please respond to the deliberations on their petition. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will respond quickly. Thanks. I have a better perspective now. I also want to just bring Mr. Honorable Kobasa up to speed. I'm from Kiani, Limpopo province. That memorandum I drew up, and it was influenced by my people of Limpopo. I can speak 3 languages, Afrikaans, English, and Xitsonga. Thank you very much for this opportunity. God bless.
Thank you. We appreciate that, Mr. Van Wyk. You obviously speak more South African languages than myself, which is appreciated. And so, honorable members, I just want to, again, thank you so much and for your deliberations. I see Ms. Lee wants to, do you want to say one word, Ms. Lee? You are muted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the speaker. Thank you for the portfolio committee. I'm so sorry that I just tuned in a bit late, but we had some technical issues. And I want to say thank you for affording us and granting us this opportunity to engage constructively with Parliament on the matters affecting our seniors, which we have addressed. But however, doesn't matter how we feel, what problems we're facing, but when it comes to the seniors, which is part of the most vulnerable, the children and of course women and the seniors, they are most vulnerable of the society. And, to take away a cent, 1 cent from the grants, that means economical abuse. According to our constitution, I feel that, if taking away some money, which was taken away by officials immediately on the days of reviews, that people were told, we're taking away 500 Rand, we're taking away 700 Rand, just because it was their birthday or a son just put in 1,000 Rand. They look at their money, never mind the affidavits and things like that. And I feel, that was not right. It wasn't nice to see. People have been abused by standing in long queues. Their bones are brittle, their feet are sore, they had hip replacements, things like that. Now, the Bible says that a double-minded man is unstable and dangerous. And this is how I want to say to SASSA, you did a beautiful presentation. But if you look at the kind of abuse that these seniors went through because of the review, even to the point of death, where a few people have died, and your securities needs to be changed because the company, people have been grabbed by the neck, put out by the office, just because someone stood up for a paraplegic who came in late but had the right to be served first, and they had to leave the office. So what the waiting area, and then the security would throw him out, and the official would say, give him another 3 years, another 3 months to wait, and then he needs to come back. Already waiting 6 months. It's his third time coming back with the reviews. I just want to paint you the picture, sir. And the gentleman, I can't get to the name of the MK. We can't leave the past in the past. What happened in the past, live in the past. Your parents were not there. My parents were not the people. We worked hard, get some seniors that still work 2 and 3 jobs with aching joints just to meet their needs. Today, I feel...
Miss Lee?
Yes?
Sorry, I did ask the honourable member to stay away from bringing issues that have got nothing to do with your petition. So please don't take us. Leave the past to the past, please.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for just for reminding me. Thank you so much. What I would like to say, that the other thing is, because of the economical abuse, by taking that money away, and I would like to see that those monies being reinstated. I'm a community worker, and the amount of work that I send through to the Minister Ayaku's office so that we can escalate people's queries and stuff, and thank God for them. They are so successful. We need people in the community. We need those people in the office of SASSA to please make sure. Let us have different people, diverse cultures in those workforce, in the workplace, so that communication and, of course, the mind-boggling thing of people not being understood and being misunderstood. There's a communication problem. Let's look into that. And, if you feel you do things good, let's do it better. There's always room for betterment. And then all I want to say to SASSA, you say you did everything in your power to make things better for the people. I want to ask you to work with 2,000 Rand and see what you can do just for your one basic need. And today I want to say to the rest of the team, that the only thing that the seniors were used to up till now is the crumbs that fell off the rich man's table. And I don't think that we can pat ourselves on the shoulder and say we did what we could. So I want to salute you. Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. And I'm praying for all of you, for guidance, for protection, because out there, life is tough. And we need all the hands to come together, come in unity, and move this forward. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, and thank you, Mr. Jeff Van Wyk. I think now I think we've heard it all that we needed to hear today, and on this very important and very critical aspect of South Africa's life, the lives of the older persons. I will now hand over to the Honourable Deputy Minister to sort of close the part of the inside internal business. Over to you, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, there was a direct question about BIG. I want to assure the Honourable Member he doesn't have to do a private member's bill. The department has experts working on it. We had a 2-day colloquium where we brought all the best minds in the country together, nationally and internationally, and even at the secret retreat of the GNU, it was on the agenda, so you don't have to think of a private member's bill. The matter is getting high priority because the honourable member feels that if it comes into place, it will assist older persons. Honourable Chair, I just want to share with you that Treasury proposed a way above inflation increase for older persons. Remember, it was 150, it went down to 120, I think it's now on 130. So that was a small step, and I think petitioners are asking Treasury to take a bigger step. I also want to mention that
recording stopped.
At the retreat which we had, the older persons was also discussed, so they are top of mind.
Recording in progress.
I would like to thank the older persons for bringing the petition, the petitioners for bringing their petition, and I have the delegation for older persons, and that is just strengthening my hand. So I am very happy. I just want to share with you quickly, Honourable Chair, that SASSA has a budget for 500 community engagements where they take the whole of SASSA to areas that are underserviced, and deputy ministers and ministers are required to lead those engagements, and they bring Department of Health, Department of Home Affairs, all of government to these engagements. The most recent engagement was in Cape Town, where I had to assist SASSA with 2 community engagements on the same day, one in Makassar and one in Tafelsig. And there were nearly 30 SASSA officials at the community center, and there were councillors from different political parties present. So we must not ignore the fact that SASSA goes out of its way to bring services to the people, leave their offices, go to remote areas and provide services. It is also noteworthy to mention that the Department of Social Development provides a wide range of services beyond social grants, all aimed at strengthening social protection and improving the well-being of older persons, like the Department of Health, for example. In fact, Honourable Chair, the whole of government, we have their support and their collaborations. Like I said earlier on, ministers and deputy ministers attend these ICROPs, attend these community engagements, and we're no longer working in silence. All of government, older persons are top of our mind, and it is my delegation, and I'm saying the CEO of SASSA, which we recently appointed, that has put a moratorium on the reviews for older persons. In fact, the last 2 months, I don't think there were any older persons were called for reviews, and that will most probably be the case at least until Christmas. But reviews is a legal requirement. Treasury is very strict that reviews are being done. So SASSA is just carrying out their constitutional responsibility, and we've heard the plea that it be done with compassion. On that note, Honourable Chair, thank you very much for your leadership in this engagement. I'm also an older person. In fact, I think I'm older than most of the people on this platform. So I'm very passionate about older persons, and we are definitely going to wave the flag for older persons, and we would like to thank them, like many honorable members did, for their services to society, to our community, and it is because of them that we enjoy the freedoms that we have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable DM, for those words of closing this part of the Portfolio Committee meeting, and also for acknowledging that the older persons have been, working for this country for a long, long time. And I think all they're asking now is just to be allowed to spend the last days on earth in a dignified manner. And I think that is what SASSA and the department are trying to do. And I just also wanted to say that because SASSA and the department are on this process of modernization, I believe that we need to give them, not at the expense of the older person's dignity or inconvenience and so on and so forth, but we need to give them time so that we can see if this is working. And I agree totally with the CEO when he says that whilst they've received a number of concerned citizens' concerns and complaints, they've also received positive comments and messages. And I'm one of the people that always forwards everything, good or bad. So I have been forwarding messages to SASSA about the service that in some of their offices is being rendered. So please keep up the good work. Please let work on whatever it is that you still have to work on, and we will try as much as we can to just give you some space to do that. It's just that we receive messages on a daily basis, and we dare not close our ears to the congratulations that we hear, so that you don't get discouraged, that whatever you do, nobody sees it. That is right. So we wish you all the best in your endeavors to make this department to be what it's supposed to be, the department that looks after the most vulnerable in South Africa. And for SASSA, obviously, that was created for nothing else but to provide social grants to those that need it in South Africa. So with those very, very few words, because we are running totally out of time in terms of our agenda, I would like to thank everyone and just ask that the honourable members stay behind for our internal business. But Honourable DM, please take your teams home, or I believe they're already at home because it's virtual, but please continue doing the work that you are doing. You will keep hearing from us, and we appreciate the way and the way that you take our concerns and our comments, because we're here to build one another. So thank you so much, Honourable DM and team.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
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 Honourable members, just stay, please, if you need, while the department is leaving, if you want to grab a glass of water. We will not be long at all in dealing with our internal business. So we will just give all the non-members of parliament, and our support will obviously stay, because they need to record whatever it is that we discuss.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, Ms. Lee.
Bye.
Honourable Honorable members, thank you for staying behind for our internal business part of the agenda. I did mention earlier on that we were trying to ask the advocate who prepared the legal advice on the issues that we are confronted with, and I believe that we're still waiting for some more people to leave us. I see that Mr. Jeff Van Wyk is still here. I see other non-honorable members in support are still among us. If you could please leave us, because we already have lost some time. Please, colleagues, those that are not members of parliament and they are not parliamentary support, committee support, you can leave now. Thank you so much for your time. Please leave. I'm watching. I'm still waiting for more non-members of parliament and parliamentary committee support to please leave. Okay, honorable members, we are now going to have the Advocate Jenkins present the illegal advice to the members. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'd like you to maybe take a closer look at the participants still online, as they are the department officials and ministry officials still in the platform. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, no, I have just been supported procedurally that even the internal business is a public meeting. So we did not apparently apply for a closed meeting. So I did not know that part. I thought the internal is internal, but apparently it is internal, but it's public. So that's fine. I don't think that we were going to plot to overthrow this country. So the Honorable, Advocate Jenkins is among us now, and I will immediately hand over to him because, as I said, I know what the agenda that we adopted, but I would like for him to, because he arrived early, thinking that we would be done by 11:30, according to the agenda. So I would like to please, honorable members, to give him the opportunity to present the legal advice so that we can then go on with the other business thereafter. Over to you, over to you, Advocate Jenkins. You are welcome, and thank you so much for your time.
Honourable members, Honourable Chairperson, colleagues, thank you, and guests who remain behind. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the opinion. The opinion was requested to guide the committee chairperson on what steps can be taken to get further information on various issues that were raised in the meeting with the minister and the department. If I recall correctly, it was on the 9th of October. So I tried to put something together. I'll try to put something there. Let me just open it up and look at it to guide me. For the committee, and I believe it has been shared with everybody. I don't know if I need to put it on the screen, Honourable Chair, but I think let me just jump in, seeing that we are running a bit short of time. The first issue, Honourable Chair, and please stop me if there's a question or if I need to stop or allow something. I'm at the moment viewing my screen. I'm viewing the opinion, so I don't see what's happening at the meeting as such. So the first issue, Chairperson, is the expenditure of the 7 persons plus the minister who spent it looks like 11 days in New York at a cost of about 3 million rand. And then there were certain answers given in the committee that it's not as much when you count US dollars. Well, we know that. I'm saying that with respect. Now, Chair, the matter of oversight happens at this point is, of course, I want to say there are 2 levels. One is the sort of compliance issue and one is a policy issue. The compliance issue is simply that expenditure that has been incurred. One can look at it as non-compliant with the budget that's approved for the department, and that was then set out in the appropriation bill for the financial year 2024-2025, because that financial year ends at the end of March 2025. So this trip to New York should be then in the financial statements that should be serving before the committee presently and assisting the committee to do the what's called the budgetary review and recommendation reports, where the committee can make certain statements about the application of the budget. Now, I'm going to refer to the Public Finance Management Act here, Honourable Chair, because the Public Finance Management Act sets out that there must be a budget. It's prepared by National Treasury, it's presented to the National Assembly and to Parliament. It's approved, and that binds the department. Any expenditure that exceeds that budget is unauthorized. Expenditure that's not in terms of how it should have been spent. In other words, procurement issues, wrong procurement that was used, there weren't enough quotes, or there was not sufficient competition, non-compliance with the policy. That would be irregular expenditure. And then, of course, you can do expenditure that's fruitless and wasteful. For instance, and it happens with travel, you book too late or you cancel and suddenly you don't get the money back, and you could have avoided it because it was foreseen. So there's an element of negligence in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So when it comes to this expenditure, Honourable Chair and members of the committee, one can ask, was this in accordance with the budget? And was it in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act? Now, if it wasn't in accordance with the budget or the Public Finance Management Act, the accounting officer of the department had to disclose this to National Treasury. Firstly. Secondly, National Treasury can then take steps to see what's happening there. And lastly, such unauthorized or irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure must be disclosed in the annual financial statements. That is part of the annual report, which also includes a report from the Auditor General. So all of this together should provide the committee then a view on what went wrong with this expenditure and how one can then investigate it, and our committee can then say, what steps are you taking to ensure that there's consequence management? What steps are you taking to prevent this from happening again? Now, I see that the department has set out certain reasons there, how they would deal with such expenditure in the future. Honourable Chair, that's in order, of course, but I don't have the details whether this expenditure was fruitless and wasteful, or whether it was irregular, or whether it was unauthorized. But on the assumption that everything was spent in accordance with the budget, because I don't get any indication that it wasn't, then it becomes the second kind of oversight, and that's a policy matter. because Parliament has said, look, we've looked at your request for the budget, we've looked at the appropriation bill, here is your money, you have to spend it in accordance with the sees this one transaction now and feels that this is a bit excessive. We're dealing with a policy matter today. And a policy matter can stretch across governments. International travel in any event stretches across government, and there's certain rules and regulations that National Treasury has put out in terms of subsistence and travel allowance, what's the maximum amounts, what's the amounts paying per day for food, additional food and so forth. And there must be, of course, adherence to procurement prescripts. So, but if there's a policy matter, then it needs to be dealt with in a wider review, Honourable Chair. And one can say, look, just because it's policy that, and I'm just going to use this as an example because I'm aware that it happens across government. If there's a certain flight that's longer than 4 or 5 hours, usually officials as well as the politicians will travel business class. Now, that is a policy. If that's a problem, one will deal with the policy matter and through National Treasury. So that's the suggestion that I make also somewhere in this opinion to say one can then in that instance work with somebody like or some committee like the Standing Committee on Appropriations to look at a more broader perspective and a more broader recommendation if it's on a policy matter. So that's the first issue, Honourable Chair. That's dealing with the travel. The second issue, Honourable Chair, the term of appointment of the Director General. It seems that there was an error that's now been corrected. Now, it's very difficult to say whether there's anything ominous or wrong. It looks like, and from the brief that I received, it looks like an error made without any bad intentions, but one can, of course, follow up on that because the term of the Director General will then come to an end in 2026, in the first quarter of 2026. So one can follow up even at this point in time and ask the Minister whether there are any steps being taken for the replacement of the Director General that's only got a 1-year contract, and sort of look at this matter from various angles. But it's from the information in the brief, there doesn't seem to be any intention to have misled Parliament. The third issue, Honourable Chair, is the appointment of staff in the ministry. That certain people that were not qualified were appointed as chief staff of the minister, and that to see whether that can't be corrected, and there's an investigation that's been instituted by the minister through the agency, the Public Service Commission, to do this. Madam Chair, that is the correct body to look at this matter because the Public Service Commission.
Sorry, Advocate.
Section, I think it's empowered
your line seems to be cutting. If it would help in any way, if you just shut down your video, please. It keeps cutting. Thanks.
Okay. Is there anything I need to repeat, Honourable Chair? I do not want.
No, you don't need to repeat anything. You can just go ahead.
Okay, so we're dealing with I've dealt with a point which I said it does not seem to see if there's no steps been taken for the appointment of a new Director General. As we know, this needs to go through Cabinet, so steps must be taken well in advance. And with that, we can then see a different perspective on this contract. Because sometimes, and I say this, a little bit of teasing, but what happens sometimes is that people wait till the last minute and then say, well, we have an urgency, now we have to extend the act with the one disappointment of this person. So the committee can anticipate that or to see what is happening at the present with replacing that 1-year contract of the DG. Appointment of staff, that's where I was, Chairperson. it seems that people were appointed as the chief of staff of the minister who were not qualified for that position, and this matter has been referred to the Public Service Commission, and people have been placed on precautionary suspension. My view on this is that the Public Service Commission is the correct body to request such a investigation. The Public Service Commission is also accountable to Parliament and the National Assembly specifically. So in this regard, to follow up on what is happening with the investigations, one can write to or request the Public Service Commission to brief the committee even on certain matters pertaining to the department, to see if there is something there, and if, and which will come more clear with the other issues, where the committee wants to ask the Public Service Commission to add something to that brief. I don't know how the Public Service Commission will respond or how they manage their investigations, but in general, the Constitution gives the Public Service Commission the authority to do these investigations. The Public Service Commission needs to report to the National Assembly, and anybody in government can ask the Public Service Commission to investigate a certain complaint, as well as the Public Service Commission can do investigations on its own with complaint. So they have the power to do that. Parliament certainly can ask them to do an investigation. The only exception really is that Public Service Commission has only jurisdiction over public servants. So, of course, Parliament can ask them to do an investigation of other public servants, but there will be a special request if they want to investigate somebody in Parliament. But that has happened. It is possible as well. So one can follow up on that to see how that investigation is going. I think it's the fourth issue now, where we're talking about the precautionary suspension of the Chief Director Communication. Ms. Lumka Oliphant has been placed on precautionary suspension following the report of the Auditor General. Again, and this is what I mentioned just prior to this, one can ask the department to give updates on this progress, what is happening, simply because the committee not wanting to co-manage the matter, but to just get some insight into how the money is being spent in the department, so we don't get only an opportunity at the end of the year when the final consolidated or when the final audited financial statements are submitted to Parliament. So continuous oversight, the committee is entitled to ask the department to report to it, to say what is happening with the specific issue of the Chief Director, how long is it going to take, how long is she's going to be on paid suspension, when are we going to find a resolution to ensure that the money that Parliament has allocated to the department is spent efficiently and effectively. In this regard, the report to explore the option to see if the Public Service Commission do not also want to look at this matter while it is busy with the Department of Social Development. Very much the same concerns the following point: the disciplinary case against the special advisor of the minister, who what we call is alleged doing a double dipping. He was also working for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. But in that regard, he was an employee with the Department of Social Development. He was a special advisor, and special advisors do not fall within the public service. So again, the accounting officer of the department can't take action against this person, disciplinary action, because the accounting officer can only take disciplinary action against those who are under or subject to his scope of control. Special advisors to the minister report to the minister, but because this person was
your line has started cutting again.
Did not indicate that also employed by the Department of Women, Youth and Peer Matters for future. Okay, let's see. Okay, how is it now, ma'am? We got an info alert on this matter. There's some case that's got
It continues to cut.
And they are prioritizing the feed from the chamber. So, ma'am, I don't know if it's going to...
Yeah, it's cutting.
I can continue. Okay.
Try again, please. Yeah, it's cutting. Honorable Abrams.
Chair, just maybe an intervention. Maybe if the problem is Parliament's Wi-Fi, can the advocate maybe not try to move over to his mobile data? That may be better. Just by, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But it's really bad.
Right.
Yeah, are you able to hotspot yourself, advocate?
Yes, I am, ma'am. Let me try.
Now you're so clear.
Oh, am I now clear? Let's go then, because I've now moved out of my office to my library, or my office library.
Okay.
Okay, let's see how that goes, and then I can try and hotspot, ma'am, if that doesn't work.
Okay. Please go ahead. You're sounding very clear now.
Okay, thank you. The disciplinary case, I was at that point, the disciplinary case against the special advisor of the minister. Now, this has been referred to the accounting officer of the Department of Women, Youth and Person with Disabilities, because the special advisor is, in fact, employed there according to the brief. The fact that he's a special advisor to the minister means that the department can't take action against this person because the person is not in the department. It's a special advisor and they fall outside the public service for that aspect of their work. So this has been referred to the different accounting officer of a different department. But again, one can follow up on this, Honourable Chair, to see what's happening by asking the department, the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Person with Disabilities to report to this committee in respect of the special advisor. And this is what the Constitution means, that the committee can ask anyone to report to it, but of course on matters that fall within the department, in the portfolio committee's jurisdiction, which is social development. So to follow up on this matter, after what the minister has presented, let's, if you want, we can contact the DG of the Department of Women, Youth and Person with Disabilities. And if the committee really is unhappy with what is happening there, if action is not taken or there's nothing happening, again, one can explore the option of the Public Service Commission to see what their view is on the matter, and ask the committee can ask them to look at it as well. The Chair, the last two issues pertains to the National Development Agency and the removal of Ms. Bengo as chairperson. Now, from the brief, Chair, I'm reading that there was a number of reasons given for her removal, but the reasons that are shown in the brief is a lack of board cohesion, a failure to follow governance procedures, and so on. Failure to follow processes for recruitment and the selection of the chief financial officer. Now, those matters appears to speak to section 64A of the NDA Act, which is that the minister may remove a member of the board when there's reasons given and by the board itself. So one can look at what the board has given the minister in this regard. So if one wants to follow up on this, chairperson, one can write to the NDA board as they are at the moment and ask them, what was the correspondence between yourselves and the minister for the removal of the former chairperson? Because the Act in section 64A appears to anticipate that there must be reasons given by the minister, reasons by the board given to the minister why this person should be removed. Section 64A, as I said in paragraph 28 of the opinion, empowers the minister to remove a member of the board on recommendation by the board, and the reasons for removal must be just and fair. So there must be some correspondence between the minister and the board there, and one can follow up on this to look at that correspondence and what actions happened there. I think the final question was what I would call maybe less problematic, and that is that Mr. Tabani Buthelezi was seconded to act in the vacant post as Chief Executive Officer of the NDA, and when that period lapsed, he then returned to his post. That is in fact correct. When you act in a position, you have no anticipation that you are going to be permanently employed there, and the employment or the recruitment to fill that position is a complete different process than someone who has acted in that position. So I don't think there's much untoward there unless there's something that was not included in the brief for me. Chair, there was just the last two matters that were also given in the brief, and that is, what is the constitutional mandate of the committee? So how far can the committee go? How far can the committee reach in this oversight inquiry? And I list in the opinion the various constitutional provisions that says the National Assembly and its committees must maintain oversight over the exercise of national executive authority and the implementation of legislation, as well as ensure that there's accountability of all organs of state. Now, Chair, I mean, there's other constitutional provisions that the cabinet is accountable collectively and individually to Parliament. All these matters then actually come a little bit down a funnel, and it gets more focused when we're looking at the National Assembly rules, which then sets out the general powers of committees in Rule 167, which allows the committees to do their own working arrangements and sets out that they've got a certain portfolio in which they must ensure that there's oversight and accountability. So that section of the Constitution is then repeated in Rule 227 of the National Assembly rules. So, Chair, what I'm trying to illustrate with this is that the committee is empowered to do oversight insofar as it's clear that it has that mandate. So we see from the rules that the Department of Social Development is the portfolio which this committee needs to look at. Now, when we look at certain aspects or certain legislation in this portfolio, then that legislation becomes also instruments in which we exercise oversight. So what I'm trying to say in those paragraphs is to say where we are saying that when there is a possibility of non-compliance with the Public Finance Management Act, but that must be reported first to National Treasury. National Treasury must take certain steps. The manner to do oversight in that instance is actually to see whether there's implementation of the legislation, rather than to go to the department and say, we are going to take over the role of National Treasury. One will rather call National Treasury and say, look, this is what the Act requires of you. Are you aware of it? What did you do? What is the result? And then the committee can decide whether that is sufficient or not. But it all turns on what's called the principle of legality, which says that if a public body, if an organ of state wants to perform a certain function, it needs that authority in legislation or in rules in the case of Parliament, because Parliament operates more by rules than legislation. So there must be that allowance. And we have it in our rules for this committee to do the oversight it's presently doing. But insofar, and I'm going over to the jurisdictional overlap, insofar as certain matters has been referred to the Public Service Commission, or insofar as the committee can also refer it there, one should also look at Section 195 of the Constitution and say, look, there is the issue of efficiency and effectiveness with state resources, as well as human resources to operate at a level which is efficient and effective. So when we have a specialized body, for instance, the Auditor General to look at accounts, Public Service Commission to look at employment matters, then it would be appropriate for the committee to use those bodies to assist it with its oversight functions, rather than to create a whole capacity to do it themselves, because the function of Parliament is fundamentally oversight and lawmaking. So we have these institutions that we've created through the laws that we've passed to assist us with our oversight. So I'm not so sure there's any overreach here. I actually think the committee is doing exactly what is required of them. Insofar as there's a question, should the committee also do an inquiry parallel to the Public Service Commission? I would rather say let's wait to see what the Public Service Commission comes up with. They have a very specialized knowledge as well as specialized tools to do these matters, to take care of these matters. Sometimes, and I say it with the greatest of respect because I've been working in this institution for a while, the multi-party nature of a committee is not always conducive to administrative action or to have an inquiry around administrative action to see what are all the facts, because you have different ideologies and you are talking to voters when we are talking as members of parliament in a way. And I'm saying it with the greatest of respect, Madam Chair. So my view is there's no overreach here, but let the Public Service Commission do what they're supposed to do, and the committee maintains oversight over that matter, because even though it's Public Service Commission, it still falls within social welfare because they're looking at social development, or it falls within social development. So that's my opinion, Honourable Chair, and I can take questions if there's any issues for clarity or so on. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Advocate, for that presentation, the clarity. I know that some of your advice has been overtaken by events such as the issue on the Chief Director Communications, whose employment has since been terminated. But I think the members know that, and they will take it with that. The presentation with that in mind. Honourable members, the advocate is here for you to clarify your understanding on the document that you've already received and his presentation on it. I will take the hands if there are any, but stay with us so that we can see and hear if the members would like to ask questions. The hand that I have seen is that of the Honourable Abrahams. Are there any other hands? The Honourable Mare, the Honourable Ramayila, and I recognize you, Honourable Rev. Honourable Abrams, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just need your direction. Are we solely doing questions to the advocate and our deliberations? We wait till after the questions are answered, or are we now giving our opinions and questions and deliberations all at once? If you can just direct me, please.
You might need the advocate to be here in case your direction is outside of what he has presented. I'm just saying it would help you, because then it will make sure that you are within your jurisdiction in terms of what is allowed and what is not allowed. That is what I would suggest, honourable members, that we ask the advocate to be here, even as regards to our deliberations, our way forward, if you like, in terms of his advice. Am I in the right direction, Advocate Jenkins?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I'm here to give clarity and questions. So if there's deliberations following that, I'm here to answer the questions for clarity. Okay. No problem on this.
Okay. All right. You understand my response, Honourable Abraham?
Yes, I do. I'll do it all in one go, Chairperson. Thank you for that.
Go ahead.
So the one question I do have, the PSC, are they allowed to then call and investigate and interview officials who have then thus left, who have, who are no longer inside the public service? Because then the answer to that will, dictate a follow-up question I may have. Then, Chairperson, I just want to say, my one concern on this matter. And please thank you, Advocate Jenkins, for the legal opinion and the work that's gone into it. My one concern I do have, Chair, we had this briefing on the 9th of October. And I mean, for example, the New York trip part of the report, the committee asked for the department to please elaborate and to go back and to present this committee with an updated report that of all the requests that we made in that meeting. It's now almost a month later, Chairperson, and maybe it's submitted to the committee secretary, I don't know, but we don't have it yet. So that is my very deep concern by saying, okay, we can request progress or status reports from various departments and ministries, is that even though commitments are made, it's clearly that commitments are not honored, or it's honored on a different timeline to what we have. The urgency for these reports and things does not seem to be there. So that is my one concern by saying, we can submit request progress reports, is that progress reports are not forthcoming. I mean, even if we just use the SASSA example for the verifications, yes, I see it's on our agenda, our program for, later on in the month, but other things take priority. It's a juggling of things, and we still don't have, the update on the SASSA verifications. Things just get pushed and pushed and pushed. So that is my one concern when it comes to requesting that information. And I mean, even using other levers of Parliament, like submitting Parliament written questions. I mean, my goodness, I'm still waiting for responses to written questions that are submitted in June, and then the same questions are submitted in September, and I'm still waiting for responses from the Minister on a range of things. So, using that way of getting information and accountability, in my opinion, does not work. Then also the legal opinion, reference to point 36A, in that, this committee can summon, anybody to it. And then also point 37C, which outlines the scope that we have. And I'm not going to read the whole paragraph, but I mean, it includes staff. It says so. So this committee, in my reading of this opinion, does have scope to have people come and give evidence to them. And from where I sit, Chairperson, how are we guaranteed that the PSC sees this matter in the same urgency that we see this matter, and that it doesn't take a year, 2 years to conclude this investigation, to draw up a report that gathers dust, because I mean, we see reports that gather dust and nothing ever comes of it. We often say that, people then leave the public service, and then they just go off and, they're never held accountable. We don't want to see that happen here. It is urgent, and we have no guarantee that the PAC sees it in the same manner. We don't even know if the PAC has received the request from the Minister to investigate. We have none of that information before us. Then also, Chairperson, my other concern is that, are we not then outsourcing some of our responsibilities as members of Parliament and members of this committee if we just hand over to the PAC and say, you do it? We have a responsibility in terms of the rules that's been quoted in this opinion to also summon people and do our own investigative work. And then I just want to see if it's the last question I have. The advocate mentioned that I think you said there has been precedent set where the PAC has investigated people outside of the public service, including members of Parliament, and for example in this case which we have discovered through this process, and once again during the governance cluster oral question sessions, that special advisors in the entire government, fall outside of certain rules that apply to other public services. So if the advocate can maybe please just share with the committee how they go about including members of parliament, special advisors, and all those other individuals who fall outside of the public service. How do we get the PSC to investigate those individuals? Thank you, Chairperson. I'll leave it there. And then once again, based on my first question, it will necessitate a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Abrams. Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to say thank you to the presenter because I can understand things much better now. Chairperson, I also have concern for this team to go and to the PSC and then we are not going to get time and to engage on this thing, Chairperson. My question that I want to ask is that, now I heard what the gentleman was saying, the advocate was saying. I'm worried about this thing of NDA, where this person has been acting for a long time and suddenly, yes, I understand it is like that. You can only act for a certain period, 6 months or whatever. But when the person is suitable for the position and you bring someone else in, that is a huge concern for me, Chairperson, because this person has been great at his job. He's been doing the job. Why would you get someone else in his position and then give him back to his other position? Then also, Chairperson, the issue of, like the presenter was saying about the money, they will go and look into this. But I feel that we as a portfolio should also have a look into this because there's rules and regulations. Does it mean you have to wait for the Auditor General for next year to come and explain to us what happened to this thing, how the money was spent and all those things? It's going to take another year. So I just need to understand. I read the document, I understood the document, but I just feel we as a portfolio, like the gentleman was saying, that we have the right to call people and do our oversight. So I think as a portfolio, we should go for that and do our oversight because we report to Parliament, the ministers report to Parliament, everyone report to Parliament. And we have a constituency out there that were asking us a lot of questions of what was happening in the portfolio. The same with the DG that was given the suspension and things like that. It just looked like it's a whole mess. So I feel that this thing must be discussed in the portfolio, and I think they must come and account to the portfolio to say what is going to happen and how it's going to happen. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Murray, for that. I will now go over to the Honourable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation from the advocate. But from the onset, I must indicate that, Chair, I do not doubt the bona fides of the legal opinion, and I do not doubt the bona fides of the PSC. And now, having listened to the legal opinion from the advocate, and I fully concur, the National Treasury has got a framework through which certain procedures have to be followed. As far as matters that affect unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is concerned. And however we may want to do, that must be within that framework. And it's only within that framework that it would have been picked up that this falls within the UIFNW, that we know the process, for instance, that it must be reported to Treasury, to the AG's office within 14 days. And so far, we don't have an idea whether this falls within that scope, and therefore I would right back to agree with the advice of the advocate in this instance. Because we don't even know whether this is outside the budget. If it's within the budget, and within the budget, is it been categorized as fruitless and wasteful? We haven't yet reached that point. So I would assume, let's not put the cat before the horse and flow with the advice of the advocate. And in as far as the error that's been corrected is concerned, for me, I would say all that we need to get is that confirmation from the PSC that indeed this was an error and the error has been rectified. In other ways, what the process that gets involved here is that if something was irregular, there's always legislative process of regularizing it, long as it doesn't fall within the category of fraud and so on. So it is being regularized, then we must allow it to settle. The only thing I may ask is for the chair to ensure that we really get given a copy of that within 14 days. And I would suggest we give the PSC chance to investigate. What I may recommend to the chair is to request for the terms of reference to share with the committee so that we know the terms of reference. And if we think we are not happy or they may not cover enough part of our concerns, we might have an opportunity to look at the terms of reference and say maybe we may need to add one or two. But I think we must give the PSC chance to proceed with the investigation and wait. I mean, we just have to be patient in this regard and take it in that manner. Same as the precautionary suspension, and you've indicated that we must take cognizance of the fact that there's been developments in as far as that matter is concerned. What we may need to get in as far as NDA is concerned, Chair, as the advocate has advised, that the minister has got the right to remove a person based on the decision of the board. What the follow-up question may need to have here is also to request the basis on which the decision to remove the chairperson of NDA was. And that we just need evidence of that regard, and that should be able to satisfy, should be able to satisfy us. And that will go to, again, the issue of double dipping. That if this is a matter that will go to the presidency, let's await the process to be finalized there and come back to us on this matter. So all in all that I'm saying, Chair, let's follow the guide and the advice of the advocate and in this regard, and not rush anything, because these processes will still come back to us. And in as far as losing other matters that we may raise that are not relevant to this legal advice as we're talking about, fact that we have a resolution tracking tool that we are using, it is the effectiveness of that resolution tracking tool that must make sure that things do not fall within the cracks. And that can only be blamed to our committee secretariat and not anybody at present, because if we would have requested for information in our next meeting, which as you consider minutes, that resolution tracking tool should tell us that we requested for this, the deadline have passed and we haven't received anything. Then there and there, we are then able to react on the matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, for that. Just for my notes, when you said we need a terms of reference, are you meaning from the minister to the PSC?
Yes, obviously the case has been given terms of reference.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Rev, it's over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Advocate. Chair, there are maybe two things. In the meeting we had, we did ask for, Norma, I did ask for the terms of reference because there was this thing that says we should use the PAC or the PAC, but that was the department, because already has instructed PIC to do the investigation. So we did ask for the terms of reference that what have they given them, maybe so that we have to look at that also. Two, but we haven't got that those terms of reference, and then two, I said that it's difficult because there are a number of things that are happening in the department, in the pockets of the department. So there are things that they might not be on their terms of reference, and we need those to be on our terms of reference. And then I suggested that then we need to have our own public service corporate PSC. It must be us that does that, because it's the department that we are looking at. It's not the department that is looking at itself on what is happening. That's one. But two, also, I did ask a question from the minister to say what happened to the chairperson of the board. And the advocate just said that now to say the board needs to, there must be a correspondent from the board. But the minister, the way she answers there, she said she's allowed to do anything on that. But I asked for the letter also there to say we need that correspondent from the board to the minister, for the minister to act on the chairperson of the board. So we don't have that. I think all these matters are important, and I understand maybe one, we came last year into Parliament, and maybe things are, this is usual for the things to go very slow. And I think we can do something about it. So on my side, I don't agree in terms of using the PIC that has been instructed by PSC, that has been instructed by the department. But if ever we are going to use that, then it must be, the terms of reference must come from the oversight body, because we are performing an oversight right now to that PSC. I think those were the two main things that were there. Thank you for the advice.
Thank you, Honourable Rev, for those comments and questions. I think we have exhausted all the questions and comments, Advocate. If you could please take over and respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Members, for the questions. I've made some notes, and I'm going to try and deal with each of them. And if I've left something out, please remind me at the end or during, it doesn't matter. The first set of questions from Honourable Abrams, Honourable Chair, I'll deal with first. I'm going to go sequentially from that. Can the Public Service Commission call somebody who has resigned? Yes, they can. The Public Service Commission, I think it's again Section 16A, but the Public Service Commission Act empowers the Public Service Commission to summon anybody to give evidence under oath or to produce documents, much like Parliament can do. Anybody. Of course, it must be related to an investigation that it's doing. So it must be related to their functions and work. And the fact that they can call anybody to provide information or be a witness must not be confused with that their jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission is only towards the public servants. They cannot make a finding against someone who's not defined as a public servant. And that's the issue, unless there's a specific contractual provision. So I mentioned earlier that there was an investigation by the Public Service Commission into certain officials of Parliament, not members of Parliament, but officials of Parliament. That was on a request from the presiding officers to deal with something. So that can happen. So we have then a contractual arrangements with the Public Service Commission that allows them to make us not a finding about binding on the person, but to give advice to the presiding officers how to deal with something. So that can happen. But in general, the Public Service Commission can call anyone, but the jurisdiction to investigate someone can only be people who are busy in the public service. That's how I understand their jurisdiction. So they can call people who have resigned to give them information. Yes, I know the issue of responsiveness the member has raised. Unfortunately, that's not something you can change with the law. But what we do in Parliament, of course, we work through the leader of government business if there's a lack of responsiveness from members of the executive. So that's maybe an option that one can look at. And usually that communication goes either via committees or via the political party when it specifically deals with questions which the honourable member has raised. So where questions are left unanswered, Parliament has certain mechanisms in place to track those questions that are unanswered. The best is to liaise with the National Assembly table or with the office of the Leader of Government Business to see what the progress is or when the minister will provide those questions. But more than that, Honourable Member, I cannot actually we can't, from my office side, force the minister to respond, but one can keep on, and of course, in the end, even write to the president. But the Leader of Government Business, the deputy president, so it's right up in terms of hierarchy. Action should be taken against ministers who do not respond, because responsiveness is one of the founding values of the Constitution. Now, the interesting part of special advisors, they are actually catered for, I think it's Section 12 of the Public Service Act, that first of all makes provision for the appointment of special advisors on policy considerations. So these special advisors are appointed in terms of the Public Service Act, but they do not fall under the Public Service Commission. So their discipline is actually being regulated in their appointment contract. And it's a cabinet matter, really, how they will be disciplined in terms of that contract and how that will happen. So to see how we can discipline them or find out more about them, one will have to contact cabinet. But as I said, it's not as if they're unregulated. They are regulated, they can be appointed in terms of that, but the discipline is a different matter. They do not answer to the accounting officer of the department. And this is what happened here. The special advisor of the minister cannot be disciplined or called to order by the Director General of the Department of Social Development. However, where that person is employed in normal circumstances in another department, that DG can take action and should take action because it's incumbent. It's a requirement in terms of the Public Finance Management Act to prevent such clearly fruitless and wasteful expenditure to do 2 salaries for one person. That is completely against the law. It might even be even more atrocious than fruitless and wasteful. It could be irregular. Irregular expenditure is expenditure that's not in accordance with the law. So it's illegal payments. So that DG can look at that and see what can happen here from the social development side. The minister will have to be asked, what are you doing concerning your DG, your special advisor? You've appointed this person. It's easy to say another DG should take care of what happened in the other department. But what is the minister doing about what has happened in her department? Because in her department, he was appointed. Was he appointed because he hid the truth? Or did he tell the truth? Did he say, but I am employed here, but unwilling to be employed double, or did he lie? Did he hide his present employment in another department of women and children and people with disabilities? So those questions must be answered. The minister, in my view, Honourable Chair and committee members of the committee, the minister can't just say, well, we can't do nothing because the DG in my department doesn't have jurisdiction over this person. The minister herself should also say, well, look, this person was appointed. There is regulation within the cabinet. There's contractual issues. The minister should answer to those questions if the committee has those questions. So that's my view on the matter of that. I think I dealt with the questions from Honourable Abrams. From Honourable Murray, who looked more at the NDA and the acting position, and also then said, well, the committee, we should satisfy ourselves about what is happening there. Honourable member, you are correct. The committee can't just sit and wait for reports to come. It needs to be a little bit, well, not a little bit. It needs to be more action orientated and take action where it sees there are certain questions that are left unanswered. So I completely agree with you. And my opinion is not to say let's just sit back and wait until someone else reports to us. But in this respect, I see Parliament, the National Assembly specifically, and then by extension its committees, as a type of board that oversees government, not oversee government, oversees the implementation of national executive authority. So it sits as a board, and it needs people to report to it and then looks into these details to make sure that the overall governance is correct. So what Parliament should be careful of is not to get involved with the day-to-day operations of a department. So it's a bit of a blurry line. When do you wait for a report or when do you ask something? It really depends on the facts of the situation. If we can take the expenditure issue, which seems to come out of there, and yes, one is to wait for the report of the AG. As this expenditure was in March 2025, that report should be out. As far as I know, the annual reports, including the audited financial statements and the report of the Auditor General, should have been presented to Parliament by now. In any event, the committee should have it to finalize their BRRRs, its reports on oversight of the department, and that needs to be in before the MTBPS is presented to Parliament. And the MTBPS, the medium-term budget policy statement, I think is scheduled for 12th of November. So the Auditor General's report on this trip to the United States, to New York, should be out. It should be available to the committee. If there's nothing in the annual financial statements that can highlight that, because you'll see a general entry into the financial statements of unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and irregular expenditure, as is required by, I think, Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act. So if it's there, then one can look at the notes to see what transactions were flagged as irregular, what transactions were flagged as fruitless and wasteful, and which were unauthorized. Alternatively, one can just ask the department straight, this expenditure that you briefed us on, what was it classified as? I mean, that's just a straight question to the department. There shouldn't be any problems. That expenditure has been reported already. They should give you an answer at the drop of a hat. Maybe they'll say, let's go look, let's find out what our chief financial officer has to say about it. But it's available. It's not something we have to wait for. So that is there. The question is just, how far must the committee go in establishing or trying to establish the veracity or the details of the strip? And other than the reports and so on, my advice would be you're completely entitled to call the chief financial officer and ask them about this. You're also entitled to call the officials who went on this trip and to ask them about the trip and ask them about the value of the trip. So you can perform proper oversight. You don't have to wait for it. So both can happen at the same time. And as an example, what we are doing in the ad hoc committee at the moment, looking at the allegations that Lieutenant General Makwanazi made. There's the Mdlanga Commission that's going on, and Parliament has decided that in parallel to that, we want our own investigation. So it can happen. It is just a question about resources and how far the committee wants to go. One of the resources is time, and one other was human resources. So if the committee has the capacity, then of course one can go deeper into these matters. And one, as Parliament, the last thing that should be done, if I can put it that way, is to have a general report that comes out from another commission that says Parliament did not do its oversight on this matter. So Parliament must not be afraid to do oversight. It is a constitutional obligation. It's not a constitutional discretion. It's a constitutional obligation to go as deep and as far as one can. But given the available resources and given what is out there already, one must have a strategy in place to do it. So that's more or less what my opinion is trying to do. So yes, the committee can ask the details about this, even though there is a report out, or we can ask the AG to give some details about the money, and nothing stops us there. But I think I've now also gone over to Honourable Stanley on the issue of the expenditure. The member there is correct. The expenditure must first be classified. Is it correct? Was it in terms of the budget and in terms of the PFMA, or was there a problem? Was it unauthorized? Was it irregular? Was it fruitless and wasteful? And then one can deal with it. That expenditure, of course, has happened. So it's not as if it's going to go anywhere, and one can investigate it as it lies at the moment. And I agree with the honourable member that the terms of reference of the Public Service Commission's investigation would be important for this committee, simply to see if the correct questions are being asked by the minister. So we don't want to wait 6 months for the report to come back. Now that report usually will go to the minister first, and then the minister will table it for the committee. So I would suggest that the committee, if it is prioritizing this matter, is to write to the PSC and ask them, how can we engage with this? What can we want to see the terms of reference. We want to ensure that all the matters are covered, and maybe add some matters and see what the Public Service Commission has on this. So the internal operations of the PSC, they might say, well, submit a different request so that we can look at it from a different angle rather than deal with this one that's the minister has submitted, or they will put them together. But that's for the PSC to answer, I think. But the starting point, again, would be the terms of reference. The same as Honourable Gwaba mentioned. I hope I pronounced your surname correctly, with respect, sir. I'm sorry about that. But again, look at the terms of reference and see if the committee doesn't want to add, and engage the Public Service Commission to see what they can deal with. So, Honourable Chair, I think those were the questions. If there's something else, I'm still here. I can deal with that. I hope I've answered the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate. You definitely have answered the questions, and you have actually given us our marching orders, and so have some of the honourable members who have come up with, what can be done in terms of making sure that we don't wait forever for this matter to be put to bed, and whomever needs to take any responsibility takes that particular responsibility. Because I totally agree with you that the last thing this committee wants is for a statement that says, what did the portfolio committee do in all this? And so thank you for that. I do not see any other hand at the moment, so I take it that we have all, including our support, taking all the notes, and we will definitely have to follow through with some of the very clear advices in terms of actioning what you have presented to us. And for that, I would, on behalf of this portfolio committee, like to thank you, Advocate, and just warn you that this may not be the last time you hear from this portfolio committee in this particular regard, because we will not stop until we are satisfied that what has happened should have happened in the way that it has. And if it hasn't, we get to the point where it needs and it has to happen. So thank you so much, Advocate, and we will obviously speak to you later.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. May I be excused?
Yes, please. Thank you. Honourable members, I think we have our work cut out, and there is more clarity, at least from where I'm sitting, as to what steps we need to take and steps we shall take. I don't know if members, before we get to the next item on the internal business agenda, I do think that we are satisfied with the advice that we have received. And so is it Lindy Ware or is it Yolisa that we must now go back to asking for the amended committee program for us to adopt? Just wanting also for members to recognize the fact that we adopt programs, but then things come that cannot wait for us to complete our program and then embark on those events or issues and things like that. So I would just beg for the honourable members' indulgence when that happens, because it's not out of just wanting to change things or out of just wanting to kick some agenda or program items out of the program, but it really has to do with the work that this portfolio committee has to do. And then our support have to take that into consideration and then amend and then ask us to again look at the amended program for our adoption. So go ahead, Lindiwe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the background to provide context as to why we have an amended program now. Chair, today we've just received a presentation from the petitioner and a response from SASSA and DSD, and also the presentation from the legal advisor. Next week, Chair, this is an amendment we are effecting, Chair, which Yoli will speak about it when she presents the referral of the statutory rape. Chair, there was a referral by the House whereby about 3-4 committees were identified to develop a program on public participation on issues relating to statutory rape. So, Chair, we have a deadline of submitting a report by 30 November, and then next week has been assigned or allocated for respective committees to receive presentations from DSD, from their departments. So we have written to the DSD to come and present on issues relating to statutory rape. Chair, you only will give the background on the referral, Chair, so that will be next week. Chair, and then we'll defer the agenda of last week, which was supposed to be this one. I'm going to read a briefing by SASSA and DSD on the investigation of vulnerabilities in SASSA systems. And also there was a request that the presentation should include an update on the verification process as directed by the National Assembly. In that meeting, Chair, the committee also requested that the officials from the National Treasury should be part of that meeting for any questions that may arise so that they can be able to respond to. Chair, will move to the 26th of November. Bear in mind, Chair, that the 26th to 27, we have been invited to attend the CDA summit in case we didn't get approval. So we have an agenda item allocated to be done in that day. So we have a briefing by the department on the second term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance for 2025-2026, which is July to September 2024. In the same meeting, Chair, we will receive a briefing by the Department of Social Development on the progress made on the development of a policy on the Universal Basic Income Grant. So those are the two items in that day. Chair, also, we are waiting for the referral, but we're proactive in terms of trying to allocate a date with my counterpart, the committee secretary in the Select Committee on Social Services. Chair, if I can take you back, and members that were in the last term of Parliament serving this committee, there was a social assistant amendment bill that was processed by the committee, and there was an amendment proposed by the committee then that a minister, before he or she can appoint the independent tribunal for members to serve in the independent tribunal for social assistance appeals, there must be that consultation with Parliament. So that amendment was effected, and then now the minister, he's got recommended names or list of names to serve in the independent tribunal for social assistance appeals. And to adhere or with the amendments in the social assistance amendment bill. So the list of names will come before the these two committees will have a joint meeting on this day, and then the department should also take the committee through the recruitment process so that the committee can endorse the names. Thank you very much, Chair. This is the amended committee program for your consideration and adoption. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Lindiwe, for that. Honourable members, here is the background and the effect in the amendments that have been effected, as has been outlined by Lindiwe. I see that there are two hands already. Honourable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my question, and thank you for the updated program. Chairperson, my question is, I see in our new fourth term parliamentary program, there is a committee week from the 17th to the 21st. So I suppose the question is our committee going to be using any of the other dates? And then obviously if we are at the summit on, what is that day, the 26th and 27th, that second quarter report and, the big and all of that, it's still important things. Is there then a possibility to move that meeting to another date, in that committee week, where there's no parliamentary sit-ins, so like on Tuesday or, Friday or, Thursday? And then the other question I have, Chairperson, it's normally on the other side, it's normally the entities and all these other bodies who submit their annual reports late, and we always have to chase after them. But in our previous term, the CDA had their annual report on our agenda. So I just want to find out if that will then stand over for the next year, or again, is that not something that can be included in the committee week where we don't have parliamentary sit-ins? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Abrams, for that. Okay, let me go to Honourable Murray so that we can get those responses and then and go ahead to adopt the agenda. The program. Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to find out, we were supposed to deal with the Children's Amendment Bill, update on that. And also, I just want to find out from you, Chair, the Department of Health and Department of Women and Children had a thing last week where they did in Johannesburg and Eastern Cape on this thing of this young girls getting pregnant and no one is taken to task for statutory rape. I just wanted to find out what is the Department of Social Development doing about that? Are we having something like that? Are we having a combined thing with the two departments? What is going to happen? And then my last question, Chair, I want to know is, are meetings from now, is it all going to be visual so that we can plan ahead and see what we're going to do? That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Can I just refer you to partly what Lindiwe said earlier on, but also the next item, agenda item, deals directly with the teenage pregnancy issue and how it has even affected this program, as Lindiwe sought to present. But the other questions they will obviously deal with directly. And those were the only hands that we had. Please go ahead, Lindiwe and Yoli, as the case may be.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first question is around the trying to swap the quarterly report now that there's a possibility that will be in the CTA summit. During the committee week, the committee can apply to sit outside the allocated slot. With you, Chair, if we don't get any response, maybe by end of next week, we will apply to have, in terms of approving the CTA, we may apply maybe to have the quarterly report maybe on Friday of the 21 of November, Chair, so that we know all the activities that are here are dealt with before the end of this term. Another one, the CTA report, Chair, it's and members, it's an obligatory requirement for the department and entities to submit their annual report by the 30th of September. But unfortunately, the CTA has not yet tabled their annual report. So they are late in submission of that report. Maybe the committee can write to check from the minister as to the reason why the CTA didn't table their report and substantiate the reasons thereof. Regarding the update on the CAB, member Amare, I think 2 weeks ago, the department was here to present the progress made in the redrafting of the CAB. So I believe that 30 of October, that was the deadline for public comments, because the bill was gazetted for public comments. And then now I believe that they are in a process of consolidation of the public comments, and then it will go to a process whereby the Chief State Law Advisor need to certify the bill to ensure that it's in line with the Constitution, so that they can prepare for the bill to be tabled before Parliament, I think maybe by early next term. Another question, Yoli will speak to the Department of Health and the Women Children's, the engagement, invitation of the engagement, but the Portfolio Committee on Women is the leading department in ensuring that this process to engage with public is done. So we are going to participate in the second leg, whereby we invite the department next week to present and respond to the questions that were raised by the coordinating advisor, so that we know that we've got as much information as possible. I think, Chair, I've tried to respond to the question raised by members. Over to you, Chair and members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to know the meeting for next week. Is it going to be physical, or are we going to have it on Zoom? And the meetings after that?
Next week's meeting, the 12th, is going to be virtual, ma'am. It's on Zoom.
Okay, Honorable Murray, on the program that is being presented, the last column of that program, it talks to the format which the meeting will take, and the 12th is virtual. And I see here and so on and so forth. Okay, thank you, honorable members, for that. I now have to go to asking or requesting members to please adopt this amended, program. Honorable Abrams.
Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the amended program. Thank you.
Sure. The adoption has been moved for. May we have the seconding, please?
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. So we have amended this and adopted, for that matter, the program of the committee, and I thank you all members. Now we go to the next item of the agenda for today, and I see that we way over time, honorable members. I don't know whether I should allocate people seconds to speak so that we keep within our timing, or we ask for support to be realistic in the slots that they give us. Either of that I will discuss, obviously, with our portfolio support, and we will come up with a better looking arrangement. Update on the study tour. Members will remember that we discussed recently that in line with the Children's Amendment Bill and the developments so far, the item that seems to be dominating is the item on the baby savers, and this committee adopted or resolved at least that some research is done on this issue so that we can go out and get best practices or from the countries that have done this work and have been doing it for some time. So Yoli went away and did exactly that. And so I will hand over to Yoli to please present to the committee what her findings have been. Over to you, Yoli. And thank you for the work.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon to you, Chairperson, and to my colleagues. Sorry, Chair, I don't have the program in front of me, so I'm not now giving a summary of the referral. I'm going straight to the study tour. Or should I just combine them because of time?
Sorry. Start with the referral. I'm so sorry. Start with the referral and then end up with the update because they're both with you as okay. Yeah.
Okay, Chair, I'll just give a summary because Lindy has already gave some little bit of background on this one. It is a referral that came from Advocate Mkwebana, who was then a member of Parliament. And in essence, the motion was out of concern of the high teenage pregnancy in a way that young girls are being forced into motherhood because of statutory rape, and also noting that there is a serious lack of reporting on statutory rape. So then a motion was taken that these committees, the Social Development Committee, Education Committee, Health, Justice and Police, that these committees must confer with each other and develop a public participation program. and also review and, if necessary, recommend amendments to enforce mandatory reporting of statutory rape by teachers and nurses, and then to report to the House by the 31st of March. So, Chair, when we then process this referral as a content team, we then came up with a realization that this motion kind of like compounded issues here, which some of it, our concern was actually addressed in one of the presentations that the PC on women was presented on last year. That just to mention, Chair, that teenage pregnancy or motherhood does not necessarily all the time result because of statutory rape. Also, the referral to this committee was on reporting on statutory rape. So the focus should be reporting or lack of reporting in terms of statutory rape. Yes, in some instances, the children do get pregnant, but not all the time. So the focus here is that which is not happening, that is legislated by the Children's Amendment Bill in terms of Act, not bill, in terms of all the professions and people who have to report the cases of statutory rape. So the focus is on the reporting or lack of statutory rape by those people who have to report by law. So we did some preparatory work, Chair, in terms of coming up with the terms of reference, in terms of how the public participation program should take the form. And from that work, the deadline that was given with that referral was the 31st of March, 2025. But then it was realized that that deadline will not be met. But in terms of doing the actual public participation, maybe I should explain that we couldn't do the actual public participation that is now we're doing within that time frame. But what we managed to do was to develop that program, so to do part A of the referral, to come up with a program in terms of how this can be done, this public participation process. Then presentations were made to the House Chairperson and other presiding officers by our management, and where they adopted the program that we came up with, and then also agreed to the request to extend the actual public participation, Chairperson, to the end of this financial year, which is where we are right now. But that had to be done through a referral again from the House to amend the existing referral that was there before. So that was done, Chairperson, and the dates are provided in the summary on the 22nd of July. That the referral was now amended, and the date given for deadline was 30 of November 2025. The only difference with that referral was that the initial one did not include the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And now with the current referral that we have now, that committee was then included. But then it was added to that this committee should be a lead committee or should be a coordinator when it comes to that. The previous one didn't really have this provision. Then now we have with the current referral chair. So we had a very tight deadline from June with considering the parliamentary program of recess and coming back and doing the PRR, and then have this 30 November to do the public participation process. So just to say, Chair, then how then that committee, because now it is now spearheaded by, excuse me, Chairperson Van Merwe, who is the chairperson of that committee, also using the terms of reference that we had drafted earlier in terms of how the program should be structured. Then we have two, it's on phases, let me just put it that way. The first leg of it is what Honorable Marais was talking about. That committee decided, because of the time constraints and other activities that we are dealing with, for example, to just make a point here, the Committee on Police was one of the committees that is listed there. But we know that that committee is is now busy with the ad hoc committee. And then we have other obligatory activities that we do as committees. So when I spoke to my colleagues, she explained to me that then decided to have phase one, where they were invited by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to a conference on women-related issues. I can't remember exactly what the conference is about. Then they decided that while they are there, they can then start the engagements with the stakeholders, the civil society and the provincial department. So they do the first leg of the program, conduct those engagements with them, and also go to the Eastern Cape, because that's another province that has high statistics of statutory rape, and KZN is where it is. But because they were in Johannesburg, they started with Johannesburg to engage with the stakeholders there. So they engage with the stakeholders. They also engage with the provincial departments. And Mrs. Lind were forwarded some of the presentations that my colleague was forwarding to us as content team for the members to maybe start familiarizing themselves with the issues that are coming from those engagements. But safe to say, this is in the interim, because a report will be developed by that committee on these engagements. But while they're still busy with that, then I thought it would be good that members can maybe go through all these presentations just to see what issues are being raised that are emerging from the different engagements that committee had. So that first leg has now taken place. Then the second one, Chair, is what we're going to be doing next week, where the different portfolio committees will then engage with the national departments. To remember, the portfolio of women went to the two provincial departments, Eastern Cape and to Gauteng. Now, we're going to have now our term in terms of participating in this program on the 12th, as Linda was just now presented in the presentation, where we will then engage with the department. So what we did, Chair, each content advisor for these committees, when we were doing the terms of reference, there were some questions that we drafted or we listed that the departments need to respond to those. But of course, it's not limited. The members can expand on those questions, but they were like the core guiding questions that the departments may use to structure their presentations. I don't know whether also attached that. We had agreed that she was going to attach that letter that we had forwarded to the department that listed those questions that the department should address. But if not, she can always forward it to the committee again. I don't want to present it here because we don't have time. But there were standard questions that were developed by different content teams for their various departments. So we're going to meet then with the department next week. From there, Chair, then we have to draft one report. Even though this was done in phases, as support staff, we then develop one report that will look at all the issues that came from the first leg and the second leg, then look at what recommendations were submitted, and that report then it will have to be considered and adopted on the 25th of November, 2025. From my understanding, but it's a procedural matter that Mrs. Lindo can advise me on, my understanding is that it is that committee, which is a lead committee, the Committee on Women, Youth and People with Disability, that will have to do that process. How our participation will be, can I just leave to Ceci to advise that? I'm not quite sure how, as different committees, when it comes to adoption, how our role will be and our participation in that regard. Then the reporting to the House will be on the 27th of November so that we can adhere to the 30th of November. So our deadline is super tight. Then based on the recommendations, there is now another phase that was proposed that we may then have in the maybe next year or in 2026, look at what recommendations or even House resolutions after the report has been now considered by the committee and resolutions were made, then that can be taken as a second phase, or should I, of this public participation program. But that I can't really speak much. It depends what arises from the report that we have, and also once the House has now adopted the report and maybe came up with some resolution on that regard. So in essence, Chair, this is what we have, and that's why we then had to change the program of this committee. It was then affected by this now program that is running through a referral from the House. Quickly now going to the other request that was made of me to do a research on the baby savers. Just in summary, Chair, so I did that. And from my research, Chair, there were what was more was I was focusing more was a country with best practice if it has laws in place in terms of this baby savers or baby safe haven laws, and also to look at least how long has this country been implementing this. And it's basically the scope of it. So, Chair, in my research then, I came one, which is now our neighbor, Namibia. Namibia is one African country that has adopted the baby safe haven laws in 2020. So they have a law, Children's Act and Childcare Act, that they amended to then to add a provision for the safe haven laws. Then we have a USA. USA adopted these laws as far back as 1999, and across the states of USA, all of them. Each federal state, they have a law that governs the baby savers. They may vary there and there in terms of specific requirements, but the key thing is that they have laws in place in that country. Then we have Germany, Chair. I'm basically summarizing because I think I forwarded my advisory to members. Germany in law, it has what is called confidential birth. That is what the law has as a provision. But it also has baby safe, and then it also has something that is referred to an anonymous birth. But those, Chairperson, are not in law. So I don't really want to go into detail on that. Now, the confidential birth is totally different to what now is being called for in South Africa. So because of that, Germany may not be the best practice as far as what we have in terms of a proposed amendments for our Children's Amendment Bill. The definition and of that is in my content advisory, so I'm not going to that, Chair. So with consultation with the Chairperson, we then, and her support, decided that USA is the one that provides the best practice. One, it's been since 1999 and it's across all the states. So it may give us the best. Can I just attend to this, Chair? Just a second.
No problem. Apologies, members. I don't know what it is, but it sounds like it needs attention.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, there was just a delivery I was expecting. Someone's on the door. But someone's attending to that, and my apologies for that. So the USH, as I was saying, Chair, is the one that has the best practice for us. And I had contacted then the people who implement, or the organization that implements that baby saver, and they actually propose that the state to visit would be Indiana, because that's where this law was first implemented. Or yes, so they actually, because I forwarded certain areas that they must respond to, which I can happily forward to the members their response, that they attempted already to cover the certain issues that I had raised that we may need to look at. So as it is, Chairperson, the country that, and by your approval, that I managed to come up with is the USA. But just to say that the baby savers I've now learned, they are also done in various countries. The only difference is that they are not regulated. There are no laws in terms of their implementation, which I think for us, we have a bill that if everything goes, we may need to now to legislate on that. So we need to go to a country that has legislated it, Chair. In summary, Chairperson, this is how far I can go with my feedback.
Thank you, Yoli, so much. Honorable members, I'm not even going to waste time. There is the presentation on the teenage pregnancy and the content that we have been advised on the basis of, in terms of the study tour. May I please hear what you have to say? First of all, Honorable Reverend. Honorable Reverend?
Supporting.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Supporting USA.
Okay. Honorable Abrams?
No, Chair, mine was also just to say thank you to Yuli for the work done, and support is given for both items. Just a concern, but that's obviously a Parliament scheduling matter, is that I don't see the statutory item on our parliamentary program yet for the 27th, but I suppose it's still coming. But thank you very much for all of that.
No problem. So my understanding that the Honorable Rev adopted the teenage pregnancy and the tour, and then the Honorable Abrams seconded both items, as she said. Is that a fair understanding? Accurate understanding?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable. So quickly, Lindy and Yoli and the team, the hard work that you continue to do. And I can then tell you that it has paid off, because the members of this committee have unanimously, represented by the two members, endorsed both the reports. So you can continue with your work. Thank you so much. And thank you, honorable members. I'm so sorry for this long time that it has. Next time, I will definitely ask people not to speak on behalf of all of us, but to take less time. But I really, really thank you. And I would like to declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you, sis. Bye.
Recording stopped.
Yo, andiyaphuma ngoku.